The gifts are.
Did you only need two? Am I in
Just this one. No, you're not.
Okay, good. Good.
Wait. As long as you don't mind me
Not at all.
doing stuff.
Not at all. You do your business.
You can talk to him.
I'll do a 2-minute like this.
I'm just seeing it.
Just seeing if you're paying attention. Like, he doesn't look like he does on the TV show.
Hey, Chris, I'll do that. Why don't you just get yourself set? Okay. Rick and Monique. I don't know where.
Yeah, you still got everything in perfect shape.
Monique is in the restroom.
Thanks for letting me know.
I think we're just going to go.
Monique will be down in about 30 seconds.
As they get introduced, I'll put names up.
Yep, and they're all here. Here, I'll put them in order.
Does that have me in the camera? Is it running as a square on?
There's a square.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Then it's recording.
Oh yeah, for 2 minutes and 30 seconds so far.
Perfect. All right. Cool. I got my AirPods here.
Okay.
This is not working well. Me, Claire, Troy, Brandi. There we go. It's all here. So banners is you got that, and then comments. For
Good. I'll pay attention to the side chat.
no comment yet. But
You can do my
Gotcha. I see what you're doing.
I didn't even tell you. All right. Well, as my friend Ron Taylor likes to say, good evening, Coos County. Hello. I'm going to be moderating first today. The Friends of Coos County Republicans welcome you to our primary forum and governor debate. Tonight, we gather under the timeless conservative principles of life, liberty, limited government, and yes, common sense. The same principles that built the great nation, the greatest nation in history, and that will restore our beloved state order. We have 2 forums for you this evening. One that will start in just a few moments with 6 candidates in front of you who are vying for county, state, and federal positions. Our main event at 7 p.m. will showcase 3 Republican candidates for governor who will face off for a chance to secure your vote. And lastly, as a special treat tonight, we will take a break between these forums to hear from a few promising youth about what gets them interested in politics. And without further ado, we'll do a pledge and prayer. We have Ryan Christian, Elijah Christian, and our Lynn.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I was going to ask you to stand and remove your hats, beanies, and your hoodies since we're in Oregon, and join me and my son for the allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have youth pastor Isaiah Taren. We, I think, are doing yes.
That's scary. This thing wasn't done. If you guys can, just to show honor to the Lord our God, if you can, please take off your hats and just bow your heads, close your eyes, and show honor. Lord, we thank you so much for this night, where we can come together in unity underneath your banner, and we can discuss these issues that you've laid on our hearts and on our minds. God, we pray, Lord, the conversations here would be meant for unity, Lord. That the words would not be of our own hearts, which are so simple and so wicked, but Lord, they be actually a gift from your Holy Spirit, and the words that come forth from us will actually be words of life to upbuild one another, but also to be able to resolve the issues that we see in our community, in our state, and even our nation today. God, we pray, Lord, that you please continue to bless this nation as we have for generations, Lord God. We thank you for the freedom and the prosperity we lived in, but we ask, Lord God, that your will be done ultimately on this earth. And Lord, we pray, Jesus, that your gospel would continue to spread, and God, this would be an event where your glory is proclaimed throughout the airwaves, throughout our, just this moment right here in this building. We love you, we thank you, and praise you. We ask, God, this would be a fun, healthy time, Lord God, and it's in your name, great things. Amen.
Sorry, I'm just checking the live stream. Apparently, there's no video to show. It's not this way around. All right, I'm going to begin with some quick bios to introduce our candidates. I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to introduce yourselves, tell the audience a little bit about the campaign. We have a little over an hour for this forum, and a lot of ground to go. From border security to economic freedom to parental rights and election integrity. So please keep your answers as concise as possible. Leave a little time on the clock if you can, so you can go through every topic. And look at you, Brandi. All right. Community bias. Starting all the way on our left, we have Rae Perkins. Please welcome our Republican candidate for U.S. Senate, Rae Perkins. She is a lifelong Oregonian, businesswoman, former secretary of the Oregon Republican Party. Joey is running on strong conservative principles, election integrity with overriding the people balance, public safety, border security, and most important, putting America first for all our families.
I think there's some people out there. It's really good to see all out there. Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I really appreciate it. Many of you may remember me. I was considered nominated in 2022 and in 2020 against Jeff Berkeley. And I want to retire Jeff Berkeley this time. I was born in Virginia, my dad was Canadian. Parents divorced, mom married a Canadian man, and he stayed in California, and then in Long Beach. So I did grow up in California. I had no control over where my mother and stepfather lived. I was a child. I was secretly unmarried. But I met a boy. And he lived up here, moved back to California, we moved up here, we got married, and tomorrow was our Wednesday will be our 48th wedding anniversary. So we've got 2 adult kids, and their spouses and closest to the kids. So I have a huge background, financial services, which includes banking, investment, real estate, insurance. I've been in sales, I've done so many things. But what I'm doing now is calling it out. I started my life several years ago. In fact, it was 2009, January 8th. I remember where it was first, because it just gives me so much fun to think about it at night. You all know what the problems are, I don't want to go through them all, because we wouldn't be here if you weren't concerned about the direction of not only our state, but our amazing country. And it is time, it's past time, that we get true constitutional conservative people in office that are going to fight for your rights according to what the Constitution says, and make sure that the federal government is only doing what they're supposed to do. So those are things I'm very, very passionate about. One of the things I'm hoping that we do, just in case you don't, when it comes to sexual state, if you guys don't know, I have a whole 9-page paper on 6 complicated topics. Thank you.
Next up, we have Monique DeSpain. Please welcome our Republican candidate for the Board of Historic Congressional District. I'll give you a really nice example. A retired president of the U.S. Monique is a proven conservative leader, serving a single mom committed to secure a border, law enforcement, and anything public responsibilities and restoring economic opportunity for rural Americans. Thank you.
We have experience in the last 4 districts in the world. And do you know that we have represented she goes 96% of the time in Congress. I'm going to be saying, I'm going to try to turn and all 2 young men. She's there to run the my family works. I am running on the 3,000 and economic to research and jobs and also running on public safety. Everything is crime, addiction, mental and everyone in the neighborhood. And we all deserve transparent and accountable government. This is the reason that we can learn more about in 2020, we started a movement and the community sent a loud around message to sheep fire. So let's take it home and win and there are three things you can do. We need dollars, we need door knockers, and we need all of you.
So I'm going to tell I'm going to come over there, working out all thank you guys. You are hiring over. Please welcome Claire Whitman. She's a Republican candidate for state representative in the House. She is the seventh generation of Republican race on the previous colony and anti approach. Claire served in the Republican Congress and see how you can vote. She stands for limited government, no strong education, and traditional values. Claire and her husband Brandi to bring common sense to issues.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Lynn. I'm for which is currently held by Representative Human Rights Cribbins. He's decided to provide local support. I am a seventh generation Oregonian and very proud of all this daughter. My family has a lot of companies that I tolerance and this happened 50 years ago. We also have a operation, we are running as summers and nights, and I am very proud to be involved. Professionally, I have done a myriad of work. I'm a local Republican elected official, and I worked here in Oregon in the state legislature, communications and policy work, and House Republican office. My experience is how can I make a bad bill a better? How can we tell it if at all possible? And it's a craft and it's supermajority. How can we drive the work that I made as equal as possible? Outside of professional experience and the corporate in the county for kids that victims of abuse and neglect, my priority is very simple. We got to develop solutions, real solutions to our possibility problem. We have to make it so that our businesses continue to operate and thrive. We've got to have safety and ensure that that's reflected in the state budget. And we have to get our kids' education system back on track. We are absolutely needed. If there's anything I want you to take away tonight, that my values are your values. I'm the only candidate in this race who works for life. Very proud of that. I am a strong supporter of the independent. I have to feel clear that the growing issue with my dad. And I also was a three-sport varsity captain in the Thank you.
Next, we welcome Rae Perkins, Republican candidate for state representative in House District 9. A lifelong Christian conservative with deep family roots in British. Troy is Oxford business degree, built a successful local business, and now serves in this year of Pacific Home Health Process. Elected to Coos Bay City Council in 2024, he fights for limited government and local control, lower taxes, protecting our religious heritage. Troy is the leadership of Coos Bay. What remains is cities put on our purpose. My focus, I want to say, is I want to change the focus we have working in to help us strive and improve these other issues that we're doing. Even almost education, health, all of those things are expanded because our local businesses are local costs. Not a lot of industry. So that we do have things that can improve upon. Issues that we can get. So that we can have them funds that can improve our education. All those things are limited on our ability to grow our local economy. This community has wonderful human resources. I want to see it encourage sustainable, healthy farming. We living in this community are the best stewards. I'd like to see our community return to good health. That's taken the economic responsibility, and now for small business. We need to go. I want to take my experience in business, I want to take my experience in being in our local community, living and seeing devastating effects, overburdensome taxes and regulatory policies that are taken done to our community. I hope get mind. So we're not going to go over it. We do have a minimum. Support. Thank you. Please welcome Brandi, candidate for Coos County Commission. Auditors are assistant secretary for business planning, compliance, regulatory commission, and executive coach. She's running to the school fiscal transparency by safety and support our overall economy.
County as a commission on stage in 2001. And probably Diehl Harrison, years later, by students at college. After finishing, we worked in New York for a year. It wasn't quite my speed, so I got to live in the Queens. If you ever see the Queens visiting, have miles and miles of small in the city. While I was there for a bachelor's degree in sociology and mind psychology, I was accepted at Columbia University after I finished up my time in New York. My master's in social and psychology. So I had my systems thinking. I spent my 30 days systems analyst for non-partisan worked in executive coaching and organization design. When we got back to the West Coast, families, Seattle, and I ended up in Toronto. So I moved back, and I thought I was going to do this. It's an organization that we use now. Who's out of I was exposed to a career in coaching. So I took that into businesses, and I wanted to help and well-being of my clients. I would like to bring that to Coos County. I want to bring health, transparency, I want to bring a new way of living, a better way of living. With your vote, hopefully I can make that happen for us today.
Perfect timing. The audio on the live stream is crazy, so we're gonna try this. Okay. Still having live stream issues with audio, so we're trying with little mics and seeing if that works. All right, Rick, are you ready? Joining the race for commissioner is Rick Coleman. A proud Coos County conservative and active Republican leader, he's running to deliver accountable spending, full support for our elected sheriff, stronger public safety, and practical American first solutions that put taxpayers and families first. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you all for coming out to see us tonight. I'm Richard Coleman. I go by Rick. I am a third generation Coos County resident. Anyway, motion. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, I am a third generation resident here in the county. What am I think? What I do, I'm a heavy equipment diesel mechanic. Worked at Johnson Rock now for about 14 years. I am a proud Army veteran, served 7 years for our country. And what my goals are, number one, probably is public safety. I think that should be the first thing funded in our county budget and the last thing cut. We all deserve to feel safe. After that would be, well, thank you. Transparency and making sure our budget is always balanced. About it. Hopefully with your helping your votes, I can get in there and see what I can do for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. All right, thank you, everybody. Now we're going to move into the Q&A section. I'm going to ask several questions on core conservative issues facing our communities. We're looking for detailed, principle-driven answers. Please keep them concise. You guys have been doing great at it. And if you can leave a little time on the clock, we're already like 2 minutes behind. That's my fault. We're going to change it up, though, a few times with some fun rapid-fire sections. It's just going to be yes or no answers, but I'll get to that later. We're going to go all the way back on the end again to Rae Perkins. Federal overreach has locked up Oregon timber reserves for far too long.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Yeah, and we're going to get you a mic. I'm going to repeat it. Sorry. Distracting. Federal overreach has locked up Oregon timber reserves for far too long. Drawing on conservative principles of stewardship and economic freedom, what specific steps would you take in Congress to streamline permitting, repeal burdensome regulations, and prioritize Oregon's timber industry so our communities can thrive while protecting our forests for future generations?
How long do I have to answer this?
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure the time is. Great question. Take a look at the Constitution. It's pretty clear. It said that the federal government owns 2 square miles, which is Washington, D.C., coastal roads, and land for 4.7 for buildings. Nowhere in the Constitution have I read where it says the federal government can own all that land. And that land needs to be returned back to the people. We all know that with reduced harvest of the forest, fires have exploded. It doesn't take rocket science and it doesn't take environmental scientists to figure that out. And this idea of just letting the forest burn because they're struck by lightning, I think it's completely ludicrous. So I think we need to get this land back into private hands as much as we possibly can and open up the fisheries. People that are in the fishing industry, they're not going to fish until there are no fish. That makes no sense. And I think that fish are pretty good at reproducing itself. They've kind of been at it for a lot longer than we've been alive. So, again, we have to get the federal government and the state government's hands off the land that we should be able to work and to harvest and create jobs and increase the economy. Thank you.
Well, this is the issue in our district. Joe is correct. Maybe over 60% of the forests in our district are essentially mismanaged. And we need to return to common sense. Now, on my website, I actually issued 2 questions and an opinion piece that was printed in Roseburg this week on this very issue. This is never before we have the opportunities we have now to reform federal policy around our forests and forest district. And I'm going to be the advocate for the forest in Congress that says we need to reform our application of sealand with them. And we have the Republican and Congressional delegation who needs a wingman has just advanced legislation to clarify the intent of ONC land and how they are intended to fund our schools and our infrastructure and law enforcement, all the things that our local government, the Oregon State Legislature and our Congressional delegation make sure to do to pay for the gap left by hundreds of millions of dollars in timber receipts if you come into our forest district, every county. It's jaw-dropping how much money has been lost. And so I will support any policy that's taking place in the schools. I actually filed a comment on that. Not reforming them, to get back to the original intent, we have completely abandoned the law, really. Right now, we have to do more than we are, and I'll be fighting to turn that around and get back to responsibly managing our forests. There's no one who is a street case to say that what we're really doing right now is working. Mega fires, the so-called protected species are hurting a lot of our forests. And jobs are gone. In my opinion, Valley talks about timber to access natural disasters to food. It's federal policy, and I'll be the one working on that.
This question is for Claire, Lynn, and Troy Cribbins. We'll start with Claire. Coos Bay and coastal communities continue to battle visible homelessness, addiction, and related crime. House Bill 3115 gave local governments tools for time and place restrictions on camping. In your view, has this measure been effective so far? What additional conservative solutions rooted in personal responsibility, stronger enforcement of existing laws, mental health accountability, and local partnerships would you champion to clear the streets, protect taxpayers, and restore public safety without expanding government-funded encampments?
Well, I would just say House Bill 3115, which essentially legalized cities here in Oregon, has been devastating. We've heard that from our city officials, we've heard that from our county officials, and that originated a case. It started in the city of Grants Pass and made it all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the U.S. Supreme Court decided that our cities and our counties have the right to manage the homelessness situation as they see fit. Unfortunately, even though the U.S. Supreme Court said that, the city of Grants Pass and cities like Coos Bay, North Bend, Florence, their hands are tied because of Oregon's tent city legalized laws on the books. House Republicans in the legislature have had bills for several sessions trying to repeal this devastating law to ensure that Oregon cities and counties can manage the homelessness crisis as they need to. And I think we have to continue to push that. It has to be repealed, period. And Oregon Business and Industry, our largest lobbying organization made up of the biggest businesses and corporations in our state, have started an initiative petition to try to put this on the ballot, which we've seen through the recent gas tax referendum can be very successful. And so I am hopeful that they decide to move forward with that and fund that, because I believe Oregonians are going to make their voices heard at the ballot on this issue if given the opportunity.
Yeah, 3115 is a disaster. And on top of that, speaking as a city councilor, we also have camping ordinances that we're mandated to follow. And the frustrating part of that is I think as humans, we all have some empathy. But at some point, taking care of those individuals who are struggling with whatever they're struggling with, it shouldn't affect those of us who get up and go to work on a daily basis. I also think that, my foundational belief is that anything that the government can do, private citizen can do better. So my belief is we can have private foundations, our churches, our support groups are better suited to help our local communities and help some of these individuals who are struggling. Now, I say that, but we also have to be able to decide between the people that are struggling and those that have figured out a way to milk the system. And we don't do that. It's all get thrown in the same pot. And I think it makes a difference. So we do need to repeal that. We do need to make it stronger that our communities can be self-determined. We know better in our community how to deal with those individual situations. And the more that we can repeal the state's control and authority on what we're doing in our local communities, the quicker and easier it will be to help us solve those problems. Measure 114 was another example of a cart before the horse. Whether that was put out as, you know, in a good idea of how we're going to help the local mental health communities and our local communities, it was a disaster as well. And all it did is cause our police force, our public safety institutes, much more headaches and much more strain on their forces that they couldn't really afford to sustain. Those types of overreaching policies, we have to work every day as Republicans to repeal, stop, or at a minimum, slow down. Thank you.
We're going to switch it up. We're going to move to this rapid fire round. I'm going to fire off a series of yes or no questions. This one's for Brandi and Rick. They're going to be basic bedrock conservative principles. Please answer yes, no, no explanation, no extra words. We're going to see how many we can get through for each of you in 2 minutes. Let's let Oregon voters see exactly where you stand. Brandi Martindale, do you support full cooperation with federal immigration agencies such as ICE?
Yes.
Do you support term limits for Coos County commissioners?
Yes.
We need the timer going. 2 minutes, sorry.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, sorry. We're gonna get as many as we can in 2 minutes. Do you support prioritizing county funding for law enforcement, jail capacity, and emergency services before any new spending?
Yes.
Do you support live streaming all county meetings and posting clear budget dashboards online?
Yes.
Do you support requiring voter ID and same-day in-person voting at the local level where possible?
Yes.
Would you vote to cut regulatory red tape to attract new businesses and support local timber and port jobs?
Yes.
I made these too easy. Should Coos County prioritize responsible timber harvesting and wildfire prevention over additional environmental regulations?
Yes.
Do you believe urban renewal agencies are hurting rather than helping local communities and should be reformed or eliminated?
Yes.
That was it. I thought that would take longer. That was a 1 minute rapid fire. That was good. That was good. Thank you, Brandi. Are you ready, Rick? Cue the clock. Do you support full cooperation with federal immigration agencies such as ICE?
Absolutely.
Do you support term limits for Coos County commissioners?
Yes.
Do you support prioritizing county funding for law enforcement, jail capacity, and emergency services before any new spending?
Yes.
Do you support live streaming all county meetings and posting clear budget dashboards online?
Yes.
I should have made these juicier. Sorry, but they're good questions. These are good things. All right. Do you support requiring voter ID and same-day in-person voting at the local level where possible?
Yes.
Would you vote to cut regulatory red tape to attract new businesses and support local timber and port jobs?
Yes.
Should Coos County prioritize responsible timber harvesting and wildfire prevention over new additional environmental regulations?
Yes.
And lastly, do you believe urban renewal agencies are hurting rather than helping local communities and should be reformed or eliminated?
Yes.
Next time, I swear, guys, we're going to get some Democrats in here to change it up. Thank you, guys. That was a good job. Thank you. First time ever doing that one. We're going to come right back to you guys actually for more long format questions. This one, I'm going to go back to Brandi to give Rick a break. Brandi, how would you balance the county budget while addressing key priorities like public safety, which is severely underfunded in Oregon?
That's a tricky question. I'll do my best to answer it. One of the things that we can do to combat crime, and this is an idea I have, it sounds like speaking to a few people in our county, it could work. We have an opportunity to bring behavioral treatment services, drug addiction, behavioral rehabilitation services into the jail. So if our jail system partnered with ADAPT, jail has the space. We need space to treat people in inpatient treatment. ADAPT has the money. Bay Area First Step has the money. So if we can get these organizations to overlap and kind of collaborate together to provide services, I think we can provide a better service for actually less money. So basically we're getting more for our money there. I think that's how we balance our budget. We look at where we can overlap services. It's called a multiplier effect. When you have services that work together so that you get more together than you get from each individual product alone or each individual service alone. So if we're looking at public safety, that's a good way to actually rehabilitate people, because what we have right now is a revolving door, right? People go in, they come out, they commit the exact same crimes because they don't know any other way to live. Some of them do have drug addiction problems as well on top of that, but all of them have behavioral problems. All of them need to learn a habit of literally going up, getting up and going to work every day. And so by teaching those habits, again, habit change coach, it's what I do. We're looking at creating systems that actually rehabilitate people. When we close that revolving door, we shore up our budget. We protect ourselves by getting healthy, by getting our habits right. That we cannot keep pumping more money into a system that is failing. So the solution to balancing our budget is going to be changing the way we live. We need to change the way we eat. We have to change the way we treat each other.
Rick, same question. How would you balance the county budget while addressing key priorities like public safety, which is severely underfunded in Oregon?
Tough questions right out of the gate. Well, I have to agree with Brandi. I think a lot of overlap and departments working together can help. I do believe you'll get more for your money that way. I'm not sure totally where else we would get some other funding, but public safety should be funded first, and then we'll see what we can do with the rest.
Very good. We're going to move on to Troy and Claire. This question is for both of you. We can start with Troy. Republicans believe, as stated in our platform, that every human life has inherent dignity beginning at conception. Recent 2026 legislation, House Bill 4127, directed nearly $9 million in taxpayer dollars to Planned Parenthood affiliates, and House Bill 4088 expanded shield law protections for out-of-state abortion providers, directly contradicting that principle. If elected, what concrete steps will you take to block or repeal taxpayer funding of abortion at any level and advance legislation that protects the unborn here in Oregon?
Well, you know, my personal belief with my faith is that life is the most precious thing God gives us. And I see it every day in my children and my spouse and in my community. I think that in counseling with my pastor on this conversation, it is, we believe that there is an end. I also think that the government should be in this business. This is between you and your God, and your family, and your position. From a concrete standpoint in legislation, I would support legislation that put restrictions on what abortion was and how accessible it was. I want it to be safe, and I want it to be accessible, and I want it to be free. And I think it's one of those really difficult issues. And frankly, that I know what I'm also not female. And I don't I am not subject to that directly. Indirectly, clearly it affects me. How it plays my belief system affects me. From a legislative standpoint, I would support legislation that put some strong limits on that. That's it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question, and I will give you my perspective as a pro-life woman. In Oregon, abortion is legal through all 9 months of pregnancy up until the moment of birth, after the age of 15 without parental consent. That's wrong. Over 80% of abortions in this state are funded by taxpayer dollars. I am not okay with that. I would have fought to the tooth and the nail, as did Representative Boomer Wright, to ensure that we were not giving $9 million, and I believe now up to the tune of $25 million more taxpayer dollars to Planned Parenthood. They are some of the largest political donors to the Democrat Party in this state. That's wrong. I will fight that whenever possible, and I am a strong supporter. We saw legislation forced onto the House floor this past session to ensure that babies born alive after an abortion would receive the life-saving care that any other baby would receive. Democrats voted that down on the House floor. They didn't give that bill a hearing, and then they voted to say, no, we don't believe those babies have inherent rights if they are born alive after an abortion. You can count on me to be a strong advocate for life, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
We're gonna go to a rapid fire round with Monique and Joe Rae. I think we're getting a mic prep. Still having audio issues online. You wouldn't think. There's a really bad echo in the room, and that's what we're dealing with. Yeah. Yeah, but if you're sitting on YouTube, it's pretty bad apparently. If you're sitting on your couch. All right. I guess we'll start with Monique. And again, this might only take a minute or two, and these should be simple, but you know, I thought it'd be fun. Is it fun? Is this a good idea? I don't know. Come on.
Are you guys having fun? I'm having fun.
Thank you all for coming. Yeah. All right, Monique, do you support requiring photo ID for casting a ballot in elections?
Absolutely.
All right. Should there be more limits and regulations on firearms?
No.
Thank you for that. Do you support term limits for members of Congress?
Yes.
Should we cut federal funding to schools pushing critical race theory?
You defund schools pushing critical race theory.
Cut federal.
Yes, we should defund schools.
All right. Do you support school choice so education dollars follow the child to public, private, or homeschool?
Yes.
The popular one. Should we drill, baby, drill to lower gas and electricity prices for Oregon families? Responsible. That's fair. That's fair. Do you support President Trump, and did you vote for him in the last election?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on. Should we eliminate funding for woke programs, DEI initiatives, and unnecessary bureaucracy to lower inflation for Oregon families? Eliminate funding and then for those programs which would lower inflation for Oregon families. The concept is that funding those programs has caused inflation, I guess. All right. Do you oppose any new gun control laws that infringe on the Second Amendment?
Yes.
And lastly, should Congress defund and investigate any federal agencies that have been weaponized against conservative Americans?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I don't have the grade sheet, so I don't know if you're passing or failing, but they sound good, like good answers to me. Joe Ray, do you support requiring photo ID for casting a ballot in elections?
Absolutely.
All right. By the way, I'm going to do a quick pitch. There's a end vote by mail petition. If you go to endvbm.com, you can sign a petition to help end vote by mail in Oregon. Sorry. Should there be more limits and regulations on firearms?
No.
Thank you. Do you support term limits for members of Congress?
I've already agreed to vote to do so, yes.
Appreciate it. Sounds like a ballot initiative. Should we cut federal funding to schools pushing critical race theory?
What's that?
Should we cut funding? Yes. Do you support school choice so education dollars follow the child to public, private, or homeschool?
100%, yes.
Should we drill, baby, drill to lower gas and electricity prices for Oregon families? Should we, this is a President Trump, he goes, drill, baby, drill. Should we drill, baby, drill to lower gas and electricity prices for Oregon families? She said, heck yes. All right. Do you support President Trump? And did you vote for him in the last election?
Yes.
Appreciate it. Yes. Should we eliminate funding for woke programs, DEI initiatives, and unnecessary bureaucracy in order to lower inflation for Oregon families?
Yes.
Do you oppose any new gun control laws that infringe on the Second Amendment? Should Congress defund and investigate any federal agencies that have been weaponized against conservative Americans?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to stick with you guys. We're going to go back to Monique. Representative Val Hoyle, your opponent, has criticized federal law enforcement operations like ICE raids in Oregon and joined statements attacking officers during recent enforcement actions. As our next U.S. representative and a retired Air Force colonel, how would you fight in the House to fully fund Border Patrol and local law enforcement, end sanctuary-style policies, stop cartel-driven crime, and ensure criminals face real consequences so our neighborhoods are safe again?
I get 1 minute.
You get two full minutes.
So you are 100% correct. Our representative in Congress is attacking law enforcement all the time. Not only immigration and customs enforcement and Department of Homeland Security, she actually just recently voted to defund it when our country is literally under attack from that open border policy that she also voted for. She attacked local police. She attacked Eugene police. And I am doing the work already to raise awareness about our current congresswoman and our statewide position in defense of law enforcement and commending them for the sacrifices they made to protect our communities on an unbelievably limited budget, especially the sheriff's office, which would be resolved by the timber receipts that I referenced earlier. Also something Val Hoyle votes against. I mean, when you look at her votes, it's really, I just kind of ask, like, why do you need America? It's that extreme. Her votes are for criminals, against law enforcement, and against the return to economic prosperity that would fund law enforcement. So if you follow my social media and my efforts to raise awareness with the press, I call her out every time on Congressional letterhead to actually condemn the efforts of ICE to deal with the damages caused by the treasonous behavior of President Biden and her votes in Congress. Our border was open, invited in cartels, and so many dangerous people that have no business being here are killing Americans. So I stand up now and speak out. I hope that you guys are seeing that on my website, MoniqueForCongress.com, and on my social media. And I'm proud to be the one voice sticking up for law enforcement. Literally in Eugene, there was our Eugene police were for a year using license plate readers, and they arrested several Colombian cartel members who issued their license plate. Very organized crime. I speak up for the police while Congressman Danielle.
Rae Perkins, similar question. Public safety is the government's fundamental responsibility, and Oregon deserves streets where families feel safe. What congressional actions would you take to strengthen partnerships between federal, state, and local law enforcement, rejecting defunding efforts and prioritizing accountability so that public safety becomes a top priority that unites us all?
The number one job of the governor is to protect the citizens, protect the people. A lot of these crimes that are happening, on people that have been in the country illegally, which is why I wrote a 9-page paper to end their sanctuary state status and also sanctuary city status. It's an invasion into our country. But it's not just an invasion from those who have been in the it's an invasion of people that have been brainwashed by liberals in our colleges, our universities, our schools. It's not President Trump. You want to talk to him? Anyway, sorry. So we need to make sure that law enforcement is taking care of that they got the right funding, and we need to make sure that the states and the cities and the counties can no longer pass laws that are keeping federal government from doing their lawful job. I have a book here, Bringing the Armaments, the 10 Rules of Trust Authoritarian Playbook by Jeff Merkley of all people. Why? He's talking about what the president cannot do as far as things that would don't that America's rebellion. Well, there is a rebellion. And we got American citizens that believe in the flag, that are saying death to America, that are going against what is normal for everyday people that want to live their lives in peace, to be able to go to work and let the children play in the parks and not have to worry about that. There's a rebellion in this country. First of all, we need to pray about that. We need God to intervene, and we need to make sure that our law enforcement is taken.
Thank you, Rae. We're going to do a rapid fire with Claire and Lynn. Oh, sorry, Claire and Lynn and Troy Cribbins. All right, my bad. We're actually going to start this with Troy. All right. Troy, do you believe men can become women or vice versa?
There's biology is one male, one female.
Okay. Ooh, I forgot one. Do you believe illegal immigrants should be eligible for programs funded by taxpayers?
I do not.
Do you oppose any new gun control laws that infringe on the Second Amendment?
I do.
Should we eliminate funding for woke programs, DEI initiatives, and unnecessary bureaucracy to lower inflation for Oregon families?
Yes.
Do you support school choice so education dollars follow the...
Yes.
All right. An enthusiastic yes. Do you support ending sanctuary policies in Oregon and requiring full cooperation with ICE?
So I'm supporting cooperation. It's a yes. Yes.
Fair. Do you support our President Trump, and did you vote for him in the last election?
I did.
Should we... That's a clapping one. Thank you. Should we recriminalize public hard drug use and trafficking instead of housing first?
Yes.
Should Oregon eliminate mail-in voting and require same-day in-person voting with photo ID and proof of citizenship?
Sorry, no.
think I asked him. Yes, I did. Thank you, Troy.
Thank you.
All right. For Claire Lynn, do you believe men can become women or vice versa?
No.
I can't believe I have to ask that question, honestly. Do you support ending sanctuary policies in Oregon and requiring full cooperation with ICE?
Yes.
Should we recriminalize public hard drug use and trafficking instead of housing first?
Yes.
Do you support President Trump, and did you vote for him in the last election?
Yes.
Should Oregon eliminate mail-in voting and require same-day in-person voting with photo ID and proof of citizenship?
If I have to show my equal, I should have to show my ID to vote.
Do you support school choice so education dollars follow the child to public, private, or homeschool? That was 2 enthusiastic yeses on that one. Should we eliminate funding for woke programs, DEI initiatives, and unnecessary bureaucracy to lower inflation for Oregon families?
Yes.
Do you believe illegal immigrants should be eligible for programs funded by taxpayers?
No.
And do you oppose any new gun control laws that infringe on the Second Amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Brandi and Rick, you're up. Long format question. Longish. 2 minutes is it's not long at all. We're going to start with Rick on this one. What is one concrete, achievable step you will take in your first year as Coos County Commissioner to deliver real results for families and taxpayers, whether it's transparency, public safety, or efficient services, or anything else? Essentially, what is one thing you feel you can reasonably accomplish in your first year in office?
Probably the easiest thing there would be transparency. Make sure everybody knows what's going on down there and how we're conducting business. I would say that would be the easiest thing to take care of in the first year.
All right, thank you. Brandi, what is one concrete, achievable step you will take in your first year as Coos County Commissioner to deliver real results for families and taxpayers, whether it's transparency, public safety, efficient services, or anything else?
I would say stewardship. Absolutely. There's a lot I can get done in my first year. A lot of things at the same time, but I would say one of the priorities that I can absolutely get done within the first year is bringing up more leaders here in Coos County. We need more entrepreneurs. We need more business owners. We need more economy. We need more civic engagement. So one of the things I can absolutely accomplish within my first year is lining up multiple candidates who are ready to compete against me in 4 years.
Thank you. I knew I needed a backup question because you guys would go short on that. So we're going to go do another question for you guys.
Okay.
Rick, you're up. Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
Well, I've gotten involved with a couple of groups here locally, trying to get the word out. One of the biggest things we have as conservatives locally is we don't get out and vote. We need to get out there. If we want to get our people elected and try to change some things, we've actually got to show up and vote.
Thank you. Brandi, Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
Sure, yeah. So one of the things that I've been getting to do, which is amazing, is work with the Fockers, the Friends of Coos County Republicans. Yeah. It has been a wonderful experience for me. I have felt stewarded, protected, encouraged, corrected when I've been wrong, and it's been a wonderful experience that I would encourage anyone who's interested in getting involved in politics to come and meet the Fockers. They're great. What I've personally been doing is reaching out to people and asking people if they would like an opportunity to, for example, speak publicly at my April 3rd event at the Egyptian Theater. We're going to be presenting on a few political-oriented topics, educational topics. And instead of giving myself the spotlight for the whole 2 hours, I thought, how about have some members from the community step up? Because one of my big platforms is stewardship. I really want to see people step up and fulfill their full potential, follow their dreams. So one of the ways I can do that is put them on a stage. And if anyone's interested, I still have one slot open. I'm making the PowerPoint for you. So I'm doing it right now, soliciting people for our future leaders.
Thank you, Brandi. This is actually going to be the final question. We're going to just go right down. Let me know if you need me to repeat it, and then we'll come back towards me for final closing statements. So Troy, Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
Honestly, I just try to lead by example. I live my values every day. I try to share those. If someone is interested in that, I try to support them. I encourage them. In my professional capacity, I mentor different students across the spectrum in my business, whether it be nurses or social workers or physical therapists. I'm always excited to have somebody who wants to improve themselves, educate themselves, and participate. So on a daily basis, anyone I encounter, if they're interested, I'd like to mentor them, share with them, and support them.
Thank you, Troy. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
Well, this is what I have spent a good chunk of my career doing. I worked hard in the 2022 election, volunteering then for the governor's race to try to bring change then. In 2024, I worked to get a Republican Attorney General elected very hard, and I wish the results of that race would have been different because I don't think we'd be seeing millions in taxpayer dollars spent suing the federal administration by Republican Attorney General. I am committed to continuing the work that I have built upon. Whenever possible, I will go out and support our Republican candidates that we need to take up as swing seats. In addition, how I'm going to use my political brain at the state capitol, how can we, when Democrats don't want to have hearings on bills, how can we make them vote on policies that we know the majority of Oregonians support? So I will continue that work in the state capitol. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Monique, Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
That's a great question because it is part of the problem. Republicans need to work together, not undermine each other, not work against each other. But also, what Oregon needs is no more career politicians, people who are serving with integrity and with basic American principles. Those aren't just Republicans. I think we need to build the bench, So, you know, you have the term limits. So we need to be mentoring and raising up and supporting good conservative voices, good American voices. Now, we did well in 2024 at this congressional race. We only needed to swing 19,000 votes because we reached beyond the Republican base. And so I like to think that what we need more are common sense Americans who love their country to tune in and be vigilant and to care for our country by voting. And so I can want every Republican to reach beyond party lines. You know, not flipping a state red. It's regaining control of our government. The people are the government. And so the two-party system is very frustrating for many. And so I think we just need to remember we need common sense. We need people who love the communities and the resources of the communities and schools, anything we can talk about tonight. And keeping that in mind, you talk to people about issues to them. You also develop people to run for every Congress. Because that's where we start first to get rid of the people who don't elect people that don't represent our values. So I've been doing that. I'm going to handle it. You know, my goal is that during this congressional seat, I have not been political, I've never politics. In this moment, at this time, I feel maybe qualified to take out a particular congresswoman who's not good for our district, but all of us have opportunities at some point in our life, and I want a community to encourage participation regardless of participation.
Yes, please repeat it.
All right.
But talk just a little slower because
Yeah, it's a bad echo. My apologies. Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
I think that's the hardest question of the night. Just saying. First thing that I've been doing, I've encouraged everybody. For the last several years, we've been, unfortunately, let something boomerang of frustration with the election system. And so people haven't been wondering, why should I vote? If you don't vote, your vote's not going to be counted. We need people to vote. If we're telling people that are adults or older and not younger that there's a problem, we're sending that message to the younger age. And I think we need to stop doing that. We need to start talking about the importance of our vote and why people should be engaged. One of my campaign team members is in his 30s. His goal for my campaign is to reach out to the younger adults and to start getting them involved. We need to say, look, come alongside. Let me help you. Let me answer some questions for you. My first interest in politics, I really didn't even realize it until I was just a lot older. I was going to say a little bit older, but I ran for state secretary when I was in high school. And I obviously didn't even realize that was the start of my political career. I had no idea until literally years later. But everybody has an interest. There's something, especially in our young adults, that they're concerned about. And after what happened in China, there was a huge awakening across the state. I don't know how many of you guys went to some of the vigils from Charlie. There were so many young adults, and they're the ones that we need to reach out to. And I have been reaching out to some of those young adults and saying, hey, join our team. We want to, have you learn how to see things from the inside, because I see political careers in a lot of these young adults.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're almost out of time. We're now going to move to closing statements. This is tonight's final opportunity to make your pitch to the voters, to share your vision for restoring Oregon under the foundational conservative principles of life, liberty, limited government, and common sense. You'll have up to 2 minutes, and we will go with Monique.
Did you say 2 minutes or 3?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes.
Well, I think it's that moment to really take control of our government. National level, state, local level, and we've been talking about voting and reaching beyond party lines. People want smaller, efficient government, go out there and talk to your neighbors and your family members and tell them what that could look like. Look at it quickly and get them the questions. You were describing utopia. Imagine, you know, and it is possible. Elected representatives show up and answer your questions. They're accessible, and you have choices. You know, I like to say, if you don't change it, you choose it. So, New York, 88% of Democrats turned out to vote, but only 53% of non-affiliated voters turned out. Let's change that. We can't be complacent. Founders intended us to participate and be the leaders of our community. So I urge all of you to take on that responsibility. We all agree our hands have been tied running our own state, and that has to end. We need, in my case, I'm running for the federal position, and we need a representative who understands the issues of the district. And they're bold enough to stand up and speak up for the people who live there, and not be thinking about getting reelected and catering to special funds and campaigns. So I urge you all to reach out to everyone. If you're talking about other businesses, close on the weekends. They can't hire new employees. Parents are struggling with an exchange between inadequate frightening educational arrangements. Those are the things that get this conversation started in the past prior to voting. And if they don't vote, they're expanding responsibility for the government. It's never the intent of our nation.
Rae Perkins.
Well, thank you to Coos, President Coos County Republicans. It's been an honor and a privilege to be here today. I really love this part of the state. And thank you to all of you for being here and taking the time to listen to us. It's important that we have civic engagement in what is going on in our country. In 2020, when I ran against Jeff Merkley, I received more votes than any U.S. Senator Republican nominee in our history, 912,814 votes. I did that on $100,000, which is $63 million. When I ran against Ron Wyden 2 years later, I got 100% of the vote and also in the 5 counties that Jeff Merkley had. I'm here to do it again, and this will bring home the win for Oregonians. We've got to have somebody in Washington, D.C. and the Senate side that is going to fight for all of our rights, not just for Oregon, but across this country, because remember, every vote that those of us at the federal level make affects pretty much the entire country. And I think it's really important that we focus on those areas. And when I talk about the sanctuary state status, I've written a proposed bill to fix Medicare issues. I have my insurance license. I've been working with people that have Medicare policies. I've already written a bill that would limit members of Congress to 12 years in Washington, D.C. combined. I've written a bill on health insurance. I'm looking at some more bills to write about veterans and how to help them with their homelessness and help them transition from the military into public or private life. It is so important. I love this country and I love this state. And as I alluded to earlier, I'm a solid constitutionalist and I love this country. And I will do everything in my power and the strength that God gives me to fight as long as I can. Not only for your children and your grandchildren and mine, but for all those future generations to come. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Either one. It's up to you guys.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight. This week, I was touring a mill in No Tide, which is in House District 9. And the owners of that mill said to me, you know, if we could pick up the dump first and move them to Idaho, we probably would. But we are blessed to live in the most beautiful state with the most abundant natural resources that I know of in growing up with a family that knows how to we have to make it in place for businesses like that will continue to operate. Our cat tax is devastated, and sales tax is being passed along to every consumer. The day after that bill, I met the owner of
It's not that I don't want to hear it, I
gun
just feel like
manufacturer
I'm running
in
out of time.
Sports. He makes parts for Sig Sauer, one of the largest gun handgun companies in the world. Literally has a business in Freeport, Oregon. How cool is that? We have so much opportunity here on the Oregon coast. I am disappointed that our legislature continues to prioritize the wrong things. They initiated a clean fuels program that everyone in this room is paying 22 to 23 cents more per gallon on every single gallon that we are all buying at the gas pump. When it comes to public safety, we're spending double what we're spending for our state police on non-citizen healthcare. And when it comes to education, we are ranking 50th in the nation for fourth grade reading scores. And during the last on session, what did the legislature prioritize? Mandating climate change curriculum in our classrooms. I am here to be a voice and a fighter to continue on the wonderful legacy of Representative Wright, who has been steadfast in regard to conservative values in Salem, and I would love to ask each of you in this room for your vote. Thank you.
I want to thank Friends of Coos County Republicans for holding this event. It's been a great event, and it's been really nice to see across the continuum. We have federal, state, and local, and there is a common theme. We may vary a little bit differently in our responses, but everyone up on the stage truly cares about this area and our country. I live in this community. I've lived here for 20 years. I have 20 years of healthcare experience. I have 15 to 20 years of either owning or running a business. I have years of representation on the city council of this community. I wake up every day and see the devastating results that the overreaching, overburdensome taxing, regulatory environment of our state has an effect on our community. It began with the timber industry, it's transferred into the fishing industry, and now they're pushing on our small business. I would like to take my experience in business, go to Salem, and start to roll back some of those regulatory processes. For me, fundamentally, if we have a healthy, strong economy, each and every one of the people in this room and in our entire community deserves to be able to afford to buy a home, send their kids through college, and prepare themselves for retirement. And that's getting harder and harder to do because of all the regulations. I want to get our economy thriving. That is the basis and the foundation of being able to improve everything else that we have. That helps our infrastructure, it helps our health systems, and it helps our education systems. But we've got to start by improving our business economy and getting the state off our throat. Thank you. I would love you to visit my website, cribbins.com. Reach out to me. I am in this community. If you don't know where I live, many of you probably do. If you know my phone number, it's clicking up. I will talk to anyone, anytime about anything, and I would really appreciate your vote in this next election. Thank you.
So thank you for taking time. Thank you guys for coming out. This is what matters. Civic engagement. You guys are showing up. You're present. You're actively engaged. This is what it's going to take. A few themes that we've all mentioned: voter participation. We do have a primary election coming up. We've got some big ticket items on it. I'm on that ballot. I think that's a big deal. With all of these folks on the ballot as well, but there's also a large gas tax coming up on this ballot. And so it's important that we get people out to vote. We are 21% Democrat, around 32% Republican, and we are 38% non-affiliated. So if we want to make change, we need to get people past the ballots. A lot of them are conservatives. It happens when people become disengaged. So my primary goal, running for commissioner, and I'm not running against Rick. I don't know if you made that clear. I am running for seat 2 against John Sweet. And while I don't have anything bad to say about my opponent, I will say that I think I bring something that he can't offer, that Coos County desperately needs. A different perspective on the way we handle, the way we've been doing things. We have to focus
on not just funding services, we have to focus on the root cause of needing services. So why do people use the ambulance to the point where they're bankrupting the ambulance? Because we've mentioned OHP is underfunding our medical institutions. So we've got to make big changes. It's going to be tough. As commissioner, I do bring a different perspective. I bring a systems perspective and a habit change approach. So what that means is bringing up leaders who are going to represent that change that we need to be, because the government is coming. They're just not coming to save us. We can't trust the state. We can't count on the state. We're going to have to solve these problems here. So the social problems that we have that require more money pumped into the system, we have to deal with those. I hope you will vote for me to give me the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
First of all, thank you all for coming out and listening to us tonight. It's been an honor to be up here and answer some questions, give you guys a little bit of insight into who we are. I got involved. I never planned on being in politics. I'm just sitting around, sitting at home, seeing things that I didn't really like. And I kind of figured out the only way you're going to make a change is get up and get involved. Just a little bit more involved than I ever expected to see myself, but here I am. So I hope I can get a vote for me out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. I've got a couple more things for you guys before we switch over, take a little break and switch over to the governor debate. But let's give another huge round of applause for our candidates.
I hope there's wine in that.
Thank you so much.
You guys are
So kind of you guys.
Hi, I'm Danessa Rains. I'm your delegate for the Republican Party of Coos County. And I just want to thank you. It is hard to run, asking these questions, standing up for something, to take that leap, travel all over the state or locally. It's an engagement with other people. Now, I appreciate Jo Rae. She's been faithful and running every time. And Monique, she's running for some powerful stuff too. So we need some representatives that stand for Oregon at the U.S. Senate and also our representative. And I appreciate you both for running. Thank you so much. Also, Claire, Lynn, and Troy, I appreciate you guys running. And I also appreciate Brandi and Rick Coleman. These people are taking their time out of their lives. They're not getting paid for this. But this is really giving of self, and this is really important. And I'm going to tell you, we can take this state over if we can start at the ground level and work up. And right now, we need as many PCPs, which is the entry level. They're the sounding boards. They're the people out there that are going with door knockers and getting out to vote. We need people to start standing up. If you're not a PCP at this point, we can still get you in as a write-in, and please come up to me or anyone else in our Friends of Coos County Republicans. Come up to us and we'll help you figure it out. And we also help with our candidates as much as we can. Make sure you fund these people because we have to vote. We have to get Republicans in office. And this is our main goal as Republicans, is get PCPs all the way up to the top level. So we start engaging in our own government and taking things over. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So I'm going to quick run down the schedule. We are going to have 2 clerk candidates speak for a couple minutes. They filed really late and we weren't able to get them into the full forum. That will be followed by 3 youth speakers. They're going to speak for about 4 minutes each. And then we will give you guys a break to stretch your legs and go to the bathroom before our governor debate at 7. This is also a good opportunity to go and take photos with these candidates. That is the best thing you can do. Obviously, money wins elections. We need you guys to donate if you can. But the easiest and cheapest thing you can do, take a photo, yes, a selfie with these candidates, post something about the event that you heard that resonated with you, post that online, share that they're running. Some people do not know that these people are running for office. So with that, I will pass it over for a couple minutes to Pam Lewis and Marty Kurt, running for Coos County Clerk.
Which microphone should I grab? This one? There we go. Oh, I found one that works.
Hi, this is Pam.
Yeah, so
I'm really tall.
Pam's hiding behind the podium, and I'm Marty Kurt. So anyway, the reason that we didn't get in on this debate is because we didn't declare to be county clerks until Tuesday, the very last minute to declare to be county clerks. Yeah, so it's about 3 o'clock, and we had until 5. There we go. Well, thank you, Rod. So anyway, we are both running for clerks, and so I just wanted to let you know that the reason that we weren't in part of the debate is because we didn't sign up to be clerks until like 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday, the very last second. As a matter of fact, I flew up from Los Angeles yesterday to be here for this. So anyway, I'm going to let Pam go first.
Good evening. Do we have a good enough mic? We do. Pam Lewis, I'm a native of Coquille, married to my high school sweetheart who's sitting out here holding my phone because he's a good guy. I decided to run for clerk because I was asked by a retired professional. I was asked by a national scientist. And then I called my son and said, they've asked me to run and I don't think I should do it. I don't think I'm the candidate, blah, blah. And he said, Mom, only takes one person to change the world. So I am married to my high school sweetheart. We have 9 children that are adopted and 2 that are birthed and 2 that are with Jesus. So we've got a full house, but they're grown now, so they give me grandchildren. I, for 30 years, was one of your medics in Coquille. I volunteered at that. I've been 20 years as an as an emergency room nurse in our small hospitals. I'm somebody that's committed to this county and committed to you. What I'd like to know, if there's a shout out, we can't take much time, but is there something you want most from your clerk when I show up at the office? What do you want to happen in this office? Transparency, what else?
Clean up the voting rolls.
Clean up the voting rolls. Okay, so on my list is open the doors so y'all can come in, unlock them for some transparency and some relationship. So transparency, and I've got research to do. I've got an invitation to go to another county who has pulled this off during mail-in ballot season until we can get that changed. So I'm on the ballot, Pam Lewis, for county clerk.
All right, thank you, Pam. Go ahead and sign me. Give me 2 minutes. I said, give me 2 minutes. Let me hit the timer here. Hi, I'm Marty Kurt. I graduated high school in Bandon, Oregon in 1979, and for the 40 years after that, I traveled the world. I was installing high-end computer systems. I wrote a lot of software. Probably you've used some of it because it was in pretty much every Windows computer for a long time. But anyway, I spent 40 years doing computer stuff. About 2019, I decided to retire. I bought a house back in Bandon. I said, hey, I'm going to retire in Bandon where I graduated high school, make the big circle. About 2020, some friends came up to me and said, hey, you're a computer nerd. Can you look at this election data and tell us what the heck is going on? And I was like, no, I'm not really a political person. I've been a NAV pretty much my whole life. I don't like politics. I don't want to get into this, but I will look into your data. I started looking into the data and I was shocked. I was amazed. What I was most amazed by is that they were really adamant about me not being able to see any of this election data. So I've been working on this election data and finding all these anomalies. So the one thing that we can fix in Coos County in the clerk's office is clean up the voter rolls. and make sure the voter rolls are only done at the county level. We do it at the county level. We don't have the Secretary of State doing anything. We don't have the DMV doing anything. We don't have the OHA doing anything. We don't have Eric, the state or the nationwide system updating our voter rolls. All our voter rolls will be done at our county level. The other thing is transparency. I had to pay $14,000 to get all the ballot images from the 2020 election. I didn't have that kind of money, so I wanted adjudicated ballot images. They wanted me to pay $1,700 for that. We tried to pay for it, and they said, oh my God, our hard drive crashed and we don't have it. So had to take them to court. I said, rerun the election so I can get the images. Basically, in court, they said on the record, we cannot rerun an election with the same ballots, the same machines, the same software, and get the same result. And I said, that's really bizarre that you can't rerun an election and get the same result. So as clerk, all I want to do is clean up the voter rolls and become transparent, put all our election data, all the stuff online so you can review it and you can make sure that we're doing the right thing. I'm Marty Hurt. I'm running for clerk.
All right, we've got 3 youth speakers. They're about 4 minutes each, so 12 minutes. And that'll give us about a 5-10 minute break before the governor's debate. Our first speaker is Wyatt Cordes. He is a Riverview High School student who shoots trap on his school's team and enjoys practicing jiu-jitsu. Wyatt is a community-minded young man, active in his church youth group, and a serious student of the Bible. He is a caring, proactive, and deeply devoted member of his family. That is what motivates Wyatt to speak to you today. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you guys for having me here today. Well, good evening. So I'm going to talk about the education system. A lot of the candidates talked about that. And I don't think they completely covered the full damage that has been doing to society. The common phrase with older people, older than this generation, is that our generation is just, we're going to be terrible. We're going to be a terrible generation. And it starts young. I have listened to court cases that people have sued against schools about books pushing woke books in libraries and teaching that you can be whatever you want to be. But I do not believe that. I think that you are either born a male or born a female. I think that schools should teach no different. And I think that funding in schools should be shifted to produce more educated students. I believe that history is not pushed enough, which is why younger kids that are not voting are not voting. They do not understand the values that voters are supposed to vote for. They do not understand why you need to vote. That is why history should be pushed more, and that is why education should be pushed more to produce a more adequate generation, and that starts with the school system. And our school system has not failed. It is doing exactly what it is designed to do. It is designed to cripple this generation, and it needs to be redesigned with a new curriculum, pushing better education and more critical thinking skills. That is what Charlie pushed. That is what I will push, and I will fight until that is done. There is a big push in private schools and home schools in recent years. I was pulled out of public school in 2nd grade. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for doing that. I was homeschooled until the 5th grade, and then private schooled at Riverview, and I'm a sophomore now. And I understand now the importance of education, and I understand now the importance of reading books. That is another area our generation is lacking, is the the desire to learn and the desire to read. You can learn a lot more from reading books than an hour of TikTok or Snapchat or social media. And this starts at a young age. If you promote a young child to read when they're young and you teach them that reading is fun, that is what they will do. The Bible says to teach up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. That is why my generation is going to be crippled, is because we have been brought up in a generation that is, we're weak mentally, physically. We are hard times produce strong men. Strong men produce easy times. Easy times produce weak men. We are in a easy time with weak men. But I strive to be not like the rest of my generation. I desire to be better, and I desire to educate myself and strengthen myself physically, mentally, and spiritually. And I stand by the Bible. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, Wyatt. That's not easy, guys. I would not have been able to do that at his age. Our next speaker is Lillian Stubblefield. She is in her final year of Riverview High School, where she is a candidate for valedictorian. She is seriously preparing for her future, learning Spanish as she feels called to serve the Spanish-speaking mission field. Lily plans to continue her studies in college at Liberty University. She is gifted musically, both in vocals and guitar, and leads worship often at her church, where she has had fun acting in her school plays. Lily loves her family, and for these reasons, she wanted to speak to you today. Please give Lily a generous hand of applause.
Thank you, everybody. In preparation for this speech, I was asked the question, what do you love about America? And honestly, it's a difficult question because there's just so much. I especially love our freedoms, of course, but most of all, I love the fact that our freedoms in this country enabled America to be a country of world-changing inventors. From the very beginning with Benjamin Franklin and Orville and Wilbur Wright, Alexander Graham Bell, Henry Ford, and later on Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Their inventions absolutely changed the world, and they all took advantage of the rights that are made available and guaranteed to us in the Constitution. But that kind of begs the question, why has it been so long since we've had a world-changing invention like theirs? And some might argue that it's because of lack of resources, or some might argue that everything's already been discovered, but I don't believe that for a second. I personally believe that the reason it's been so long is because in the schools, in the classroom, when students ask questions, they're told either go ask an adult or go look it up. And in previous generations, looking it up involved a lot more work because you had to sort through a card catalog and then go sort through a library to find the book, sort through that book. Sometimes you didn't get it the first try and you had to do it like 18,000 times. But in my generation, the entire extent of human knowledge is a few clicks away, which is a blessing, don't get me wrong, but it's also been a handicap. According to the North American Community Hub for Medical Statistics, Generation Z is the first in a century to have a lower average IQ than the previous generation. And they attribute it to the quick access of information. They say, quote, when information arrives primarily as summaries, algorithm-selected clips, or instant answers from digital tools, opportunities for sustained analytical thinking decrease. Not only this, but I know from personal experience that in the classroom, when a student finds an answer to, say, a math problem, a different way than the curriculum dictates, they are reprimanded. So my generation has not only been indirectly, but directly discouraged from critical thinking. My generation needs to be encouraged and allowed to think for ourselves and break And break out of the apathy and stupidity that our current education system forces us to have. So my question for our governor candidates is, how will you make space in our state for students to innovate and excel and change our country and the world for the better?
Thank you, Lillian. Our final youth speaker is Sam Turman. Like his brother Isaiah, who gave us the prayer, Sam loves to interact with the youth of Coos County. He is employed and serves in ministry as well at Shoreline Community Church in North Bend. He is a musician and often leads worship with his rich vocals and guitar playing. Sam also enjoys spending time exploring the beautiful Oregon outdoors. But no matter what the future holds, he desires one full of faith, family, and freedom. That is why Sam came with his message today. Let's hear it for Sam Turman.
I think I'm too tall for this thing. How's it going? I was told to speak quickly, so I'll give you guys my best Ben Shapiro impression. When I was asked to speak at this event, I began to think about what my topic would be. In fact, I thought so long about it that I got to last night and I was still writing out my whole spiel for this whole thing. So this is a bit of a quick patch to write. I wrote this out pretty quickly is what I'm saying. Anyway, luckily after much worrying, several frustrating rewrites, I finally came up with what I think our generation's biggest problem is that we're facing. That's the prompt I was given, so that's what I'm going to be talking about here. That problem that my generation is facing is our culture's war over truth. It's a war that involves both what we see and what we believe. And it's a war that's everywhere, from our headlines of our news to our TV shows, from our political ideologies to the algorithms controlling our online content. And the divides between the two sides is vast. You might open up news on one outlet and hear about a violent attack perpetrated by a troubled individual, only to hear from another news source about how your societal intolerance is to blame for the person's actions. We're being told that the traditional views of culture are antiquated and discriminatory, that our words are violent hate, and that we deserve violence in return. That's what our culture is telling us right now. We're told that we should be accepting of other people's truths, no matter how dangerous they are, both to the practitioners of that truth and to the people around them. This neo-culture is promoting a you do you sort of diverse mindset. And ultimately, at the heart of this matter is a viewpoint known as cultural moral relativism. It's a view that basically says there's no right or wrong, it's all rather subjective, and it's ultimately determined by the dominant view of the society. That's what people believe. Right and wrong, truth and lies is basically dominated, and it's determined by the view of society rather than objective standards, right? That goes against the traditional view of our culture, that morality and truth is objective and is dictated by our creator. History tells us that this moral relativity view leads towards one direction, and that's socialism, communism, and complete catastrophe. That's where it's headed, guys. We as Republicans, we cannot fight relative truth with more relative truth. We need to be standing on objective standards, the same objective standards as our founders, and that's God and his word. I like this passage from our own Declaration of Independence. It says this: "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." From our very beginning and from our roots, this was the foundation of our cultural unity, was God's truth in our lives. So the only way to win the war on truth and to save this generation is to hold fast to the cultural and moral identity that built this nation. How do we start that? Well, we started in the ballots, right? We started in the polls. Vote guided by your beliefs, right? Vote for candidates who are fighting for things that you believe in. right? Secondly, to fight for this, we have to be people of moral integrity, not just acting like people with moral integrity. There's a lot of people on both sides of the aisle who are good at pretending to be moral. There's not a lot who actually are. By being a people of true moral character, we can help to inspire those around us into living similarly. And the final thing is we need to get back into church and return to the God who is the source of our political views and the truth that we fight for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Let's give another hand of applause for our youth speakers. That's all for our first part of the thing tonight. We will take a break and we will be back pretty promptly at 7 with the national anthem and then our governor debate. Thank you, guys. It's about 5 minutes.
On that. This is ours. There's the other one.
Oh yeah, that's not mine. These are for
those
the live
are
streamers.
teachers. Those are teachers.
So this has to go.
Now I'm gonna move them and slide them up closer because that's I think why that other one sounds so good. It's because I'm gonna get them closer to where they actually
make sure the light is.
Blue light, blue light, blue light, blue light. Keep it out of the way of the blue light. So we go. I can go get more tape if it's not. There we go. Where is the button?
They're on the sides.
Okay.
That's
gonna get smooth.
That's on it.
There. There. Yeah, because that echoes like crazy. So these dominants. Yeah, well, and there was sounds. So these just. Oh, okay. Those little guys.
For the economy?
Those are just the different ones. But every single mic has
Questions
one.
for?
Cool. Yeah, then I get bonus questions.
Yeah, so this just goes there. Just want it there.
Yeah, should be good. Should be excellent. Whenever you want to call.
Nice to meet you too. Lots of show differently.
Making sure no one pisses you off already. You should go get a water.
I think nobody should piss anybody off because there's no reason to.
You guys just want to start going at it.
I'll just put my chair back and you two can do what you need to do.
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah, I was looking for that. Thank you.
Oh, we are doing one.
No, I don't. Like.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Maybe grab the wireless one.
What's your name? Millie.
Sure.
You bet. There you go. Well, you never know. You never know. You might get thirsty up here.
People on the live stream, if you can hear this, please write in the comments. 4 mics are about to test. You can hear us. Thank you. Test 1.
Test, test, test 2, test 2. Test 3, test 3. Test 3.
Okay. And he loses.
I mean, you have to ask him.
Test 4, test 4.
Boom, 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 boom. Eat the mic. Eat the mic.
Well, it's probably one on mine, right?
What's that?
I'm talking to my daughter, like, to get all the things set up. Are we gonna do the Pledge of Allegiance first, I hope?
I'm actually seeing that one.
I can't wait for that.
Good evening, everybody. We are about to begin.
Hey Rob, can we get like, can I throw a flag? Yes.
Representative Diehl? You call me Danielle if you want, I won't be offended. You're gonna be great. Team forward.
You can ask him.
I asked her.
Good evening, everybody. We are going to start the evening with the singing of our national anthem. Here to do so is Mr. Willie Walter.
People online, can you hear this mic? Can you hear this mic? Thank you.
Test, test. Test. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walter.
Yeah, right. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Taren Feist, and I am honored to serve as your media moderator tonight. Thank you, Friends of Coos County Republicans, for hosting this event, and thank you to all of you who are here tonight and for staying engaged in the future of our state. Tonight, we are joined by 3 Republican candidates seeking their party's nomination for Governor of Oregon. Please join me in welcoming Commissioner Bethell, Representative Diehl, and Mr. Medina. Here's how this evening is going to work. We will begin with 4-minute opening statements from each candidate. The speaking order has been determined in advance. Following opening statements, we will move into 4 policy rounds: the economy, criminal justice, education, and natural resources. Each round will include 2 to 3 questions. For each question, each candidate will have up to 3 minutes to respond. After all candidates have answered, you will be allowed 60 seconds for a rebuttal statement if time allows. Speaking order will rotate for each question to ensure fairness. Time limits will be strictly enforced using visible time cues and the timer on stage. When the time expires, I will step in so we can stay on schedule and ensure an equal opportunity for all candidates. After the policy rounds, we will move into an audience Q&A segment with pre-selected questions directed at all candidates. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to respond. We ask the audience to remain respectful throughout this evening. No cheering, booing, or interruptions of any kind. I know that's not going to be a problem. This is a forum for ideas, solutions, and leadership. With that, we will begin with our 4-minute opening statements. Representative Diehl, you get to go first.
It says 3 minutes.
I know, we're gonna change that to make sure it says 4.
I think they'll change.
Beautiful.
Okay. Can I stand?
You do you,
It's
buddy.
easier to stand.
I'm gonna stand.
I'm the only one with a cord, though.
Here,
I'm good.
I'll share.
Hello, everybody. I can't see anybody out here. These lights are so bright. Yeah, okay. There's people here. All right. It's great to be here. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to be your next governor. Do we need change in this state? We need to take back Oregon, for sure. I want to talk a little bit about my background, where I come from, and then get into what my vision is. You know, I'm a husband, a father, a man of faith. My wife is somewhere out there in the darkness, Jamie. We live just a couple miles where she grew up in Scio, and we raised our kids kids here. And I'm a son of a logger. I'm a grandson of a sawmiller. I'm a great-grandson of a sawmiller. And I spent a lot of my life working in wood products, as I'm an engineer, working in wood products, automation, running my own business. And that is the perspective I come into the legislature. And I gotta say, I know I'm in timber country here. I live just outside of the Santiam Canyon. And something that's really important to me is to let the loggers log. And that's the perspective I have when it comes to natural resources here. I am also, I just want to get into what my vision is for our state. We have the most beautiful state in the country. The timberlands here, we got the mountains, we got the ocean. I love it here. I love it here. But what good is that if you can't afford to live here? What good is that if your kids can't get a good education? What good is that if you don't feel safe walking down the street? And what good is that if businesses are leaving? So my vision for Oregon and why I'm fighting here is we will be the greatest state, not only the most beautiful state, but the greatest state to live, to work, to raise a family, and retire with our grandchildren and our children here, because they don't have to leave to find a better way of life and find a job somewhere else. That is my vision for Oregon. And we can do it with the right leadership and the right government. We have 40 years of one-party rule in this state, 40 years. It'll be 40 years to the inauguration day that Vic Atiyeh left office, the last Republican. That is long enough, and you guys know it. It is way overdue for a change. I'm excited for the opportunity. I do think this is our year to take back the Republican office, take back the governorship as a Republican. I'm excited about this run, and I cannot wait to be your next governor. I look forward to this debate. Thank you.
Commissioner Bethell, it's now your turn.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be back down here in Coos County. As a county commissioner, I have to tell you, I know a lot about your county, and I really like your county commissioners. They're fiery, all of them. So I'm a fifth-generation Oregonian, born in Lane County. I'm a small business owner. I'm a mom, a grandma, a wife, a Christian, and somebody who just really, truly believes that Oregon deserves an executive in office that can come in on day one and get the job done. I'm frankly tired of partisan politics in this state being so extreme that we can't get anything done at the state level and at our community level. We're going to talk a lot today, I assume, about those 4 particular topics, and I have a lot to say about more. And I hope that you follow along in my campaign. I'm running because for the last 6 years as a sitting county commissioner in the 5th largest county in Oregon, I have consistently bumped my head on legislative issues and governor's office policies. The government should be run from our communities, not from the state, not from the Capitol, certainly not from the governor's mansion. Cities and counties are the heartbeat of this state. They are completely ignored. You can go into the legislature and you can talk to legislators, and while you have partnerships, they have their priorities. My job as a county commissioner today is to run a government efficiently, affordably, and with priorities set by the people in my community. I'm blessed to do that very successfully. I'm the candidate in this race right now that runs efficient government. Imagine what that would be like at the state level. Imagine if you had an elected leader that said, I don't actually need more money from you because I understand the means I have to live in. Imagine if I asked you what your priorities were and I delivered them for you. I do that right now as a county commissioner. My job is scalable. I fight against the state policies from the legislature and the governor's office every single day. I fight against homeless policies, transportation policies, environmental policies, solid waste policies, natural resource policies, land use policies, housing policies. Pick a freaking policy. And it is in my way. It's in my way to serve the people in front of me. There's over 4 million people in this state that deserve a voice. Everybody deserves a voice. But all 4 corners of this state and everywhere in between deserves an equal shot at an outcome. Not just Portland, not just the left. When I grew up, here in Oregon. I grew up with a single mom who had a serious mental health issue. She divorced my dad when I was 3. And from that point until she left me when I was 16, we navigated the oppressive system of Oregon. In and out of homelessness, in and out of schools. If she could keep a job, it worked out. If she didn't, well, we were chasing things down at the government. Nobody showed up to help our family succeed. Because the question in Oregon is whose responsibility is it? I believe it's the family's responsibility to care for their family members. But when they're difficult and you don't have the means, what do? You should turn to a functional government that provides a hand up and not a handout. I'm tired of Oregon systems failing us. We can do better. We deserve executive leadership in the governor's office, and I am that candidate. Please follow along in my campaign and the answers to my questions today, and I promise you, you'll be impressed. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bethell. Mr. Medina, you're up.
How's it going, Coos County? How you guys doing? Man, you guys are awesome. Here's the thing. So my name is Dave Medina. For those of you that don't know me, I grew up in Turner, Salem, Oregon. I know we got some Turner folk here. And I graduated in 2007 and then graduated from George Fox in 2017. And after graduating from George Fox, I looked at my state and I was like, what in the Lord are we doing? What is going on in Oregon? Then I looked at our Republican Party, a lot of good people in the Republican Party, a lot of good people in this room. But I thought to myself, why are we not fighting harder? Why are we not standing firm on our beliefs and on our values and our ideas for our state, our economy, our families? And then I saw the Democrats. Obviously, we've all seen the Democrats and how crazy they've gone against us, how much they're all in on our families, on our businesses. I can't even see you guys. I'm like a deer in headlights here. Holy cow. Like, what am I doing? But folks, several years ago, I started a movement online because I wanted to inspire. I didn't think Oregonians were being represented correctly, especially us conservatives. I didn't think we were taking the fight to the Democrats as they continue to destroy our states and persecute our children. And so I created a movement, and I wanted to take that movement and get people mobilized. At the same time, taking the fight to the belly of the beast, which is Portland, Oregon. And that's what I've been doing the last several years. I've been on the ground fighting for you. I've been your voice, giving you a voice, getting eyeballs across the nation on Oregon, getting us some help, getting us some attention, because I believe that Oregon is worth saving. I believe that Oregon, we have the people here to defeat the Democrats. We just need better leaders. We need more courageous leaders. We need more bold leaders that are not going to just fight the fight when it gets easy, but fight it when it gets hard and unpopular. I don't know about all of you, but I'm tired of being called a bigot, a racist, a white supremacist, a Christian nationalist, you name it. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of letting the Democrats write our story. I'm tired of letting the Democrats label us and playing defense. Folks, it's time we go on offense. That's what my campaign is about. We need to get back to our godly values. We need to get back to calling on the name of the Lord to save our land. Stop running away from our values like pro-life. And it's about time that we take this fight directly to the enemy, which is not the people. It's a spiritual battle that we're in. But it's also the elites in Salem. And I hate to say it, folks. This is one of the reasons why I got in this race, because if I can't win in May, if I don't win in May, hopefully we can all work together and strengthen our party and actually fight the battle like it should be fought, with strength. It's not that the Democrats win in Oregon, it's that Republicans give it to them. Republicans lose. The Democrats are weak. They have weak ideas. Just look at Oregon. Look at our education. Look at our economy. Portland in a recession. The homelessness problem getting worse and spreading throughout Oregon. Folks, it's time that you put someone in there that will actually fight for you and not vote with Democrats and not be part of the problem. It's time that you put someone in there in the executive branch to start chipping away and taking back our state. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. And I ask that you stand next to me, you stand with me. I've been fighting on the streets of Portland for you. Many of you have seen my work. If you haven't, go to Dave Medina PDX across all social media. But folks, it's now or never. 2026 is our year. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates, for your opening statements. With that, it's time to move into our first policy round on the economy. Commissioner Bethell, you are up first. Polls show high taxes as a top 2 issue. So what immediate steps would you take to lower taxes, such as income, property, or gas taxes? And how would you make up for any lost revenue without cutting essential services?
Thank you for the question. How long, we have 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Okay. So there's not a lot the governor can do out the gate immediately to cut any taxes. We all know that it's legislative action or vote of the people. But I am willing to come in on day one and have a conversation with the people, because it's going to be very difficult in this legislature, if we don't flip some seats, to be able to reduce any type of revenue generating streams in Oregon. The truth is, today, as a county commissioner, I'm the tax collector. In fact, property taxes are the backbone of the general fund for counties across this state. We need to have a conversation in Oregon about what our tax system looks like and what our priorities are. I'm tired of pretending that I own something that I don't actually own, because I have to pay the government every single year in property taxes to actually own that thing, my property. And I'm sick and tired of going to work every single day and working my tail off for them to continue to steal my money to put it into priorities that I don't support through my income tax. I believe in a consumption tax. I believe sales tax is the way to go in Oregon. And that's going to be an uphill battle with Democrats and obviously Portland and anybody who doesn't work for a living. But I believe that while that's a volatile space to be in, because you can't actually measure a direct outcome on a consumption tax or a sales tax, government shies away from it. It makes it difficult for them to plan. So you have to live within your means. You have to plan thoughtfully. Right now, every single government in Oregon, especially cities and counties, because of measures 5 and 50, are facing financial cliffs, because they can't raise property taxes. In the income tax space that should pass through to counties and cities to do essential services are being gobbled up at big government at the state level. We need to reduce the size of state government across the board. We have so much duplication of services between counties and the state in every single industry that we're just wasting your money. The Oregon Health Authority, as an example, over 6,000 employees. Counties are the local mental health and public health authority. We're the boots on the ground delivering those essential services. Why does the state need so many employees to do the job I literally do every single day? They don't. I need that money in my community. And I don't need as much as they have, because I don't need 6,000 employees to be efficient in my community. We need to have priority-based delivered services in our community that can live within the means of our cost. I can't raise taxes right now in my community, and I still have to provide essential services every single day. I'm writing an almost $1 billion budget right now in Marion County as a county commissioner. I am not going to be laying off employees, but I am freezing positions because I don't have more money to give and I don't have more money to take. We have to do the right thing by prioritizing systems. Statutes matter, scope creep is important, and expectation of execution is the priority. At the end of the day, you have to live within your means at home and in your business, and the government should do the exact same thing. As governor, I will make sure that we live within our means, and I will reduce the system overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Medina, would you like me to reread the question?
Go
you
ahead.
okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. Polls show high taxes as a top 2 issue. So what immediate steps would you take to lower taxes, such as income, property, or gas taxes? Would you make up for any lost revenue without cutting essential services?
Yeah, so when I hear that question, I think, essential services, I think of the waste and the waste, fraud, and abuse that's happening within it right now. If we're going to fix any of this, if we're going to free up money, we need to do a full audit on programs like OHA, programs like ODOT. I know Representative Diehl was a leader of that the referendum that stopped that $4.3 billion transportation tax bill. We need to fight the waste that is in government now. We need to free up money. There should not be a dime going to illegal aliens for healthcare, for handout services. We need to get rid of these programs that are putting you last and putting people that aren't even supposed to be here, including like the Medicaid fraud in Lake Oswego, illegal aliens and Tren de Aragua gang members Our government is taking your taxpayer dollars and funding people that shouldn't be here. So we got to get the waste, fraud, and abuse under control. We need to get this bureaucratic tape and this bloated government under control. Folks, it's all corruption. None of these taxes get fixed until we fix the corruption. So I'm willing to do things like with the help with our senior citizens, help with the senior citizen homestead exemption, implementing a senior that freezes the assessed value of primary residence once the owner reaches the age of 65. We have to help our seniors out. I want to repeal the death tax. Why are we penalizing families for their loved ones dying? I want to do a full Doge audit. And I want to go, it kind of saddens me that they kind of pulled back on Doge federally. I wish they would have kept going. I wish people would have went to jail. And I promise you that I will bring a Doge-style audit to every level of government, wherever there's corruption, wherever there's collusion. If anybody's making any money off of our taxpayer dollars, people will be held accountable. And so I think the problem is to lower taxes. To deal with the tax issue, we have to get rid of the waste, the fraud, waste, and abuse. It's not just happening in Minnesota, it's happening here. And Oregonians are paying for it. So we need to put Oregonians first again. And your taxpayer dollars should be going back to you. Look at our education. The CAT tax is supposed to go to help investing in education. Where's that money going? Where's the results for that? We got $6 billion in COVID relief federally for our education. Where'd that money go? Where's the results for that? Folks, the system is corrupt. And that's why I'm running for governor, is to get in there and get this corruption out, free up our dollars, and that's how I'll fund it right there. We have the money's right there. We have over $1 billion in OHA going to illegal aliens. That stops when I'm governor. Thank you.
Representative Diehl, it's your turn.
You bet. Well, it won't surprise you, I don't like taxes. I built a business from the ground up with my wife and 2 business partners. We bootstrapped this thing. We built it up to 100 employees. I know how to sign both sides of a paycheck. I know what a balanced budget looks like. And I've got a good look at that as a legislature and how the government works and how we do budgeting. And it has some serious issues. Our state budget has doubled over 10 years. Doubled. You can't explain that with population growth. You can't explain that with inflation. You can't even get half of it. We do not have accountability within our state agencies. They don't have the right priorities and they don't have the right leadership. So as governor, you change those priorities to match the interests of the Oregon people. You've got to get those agencies back on mission. And I'm confident when we do that, we can get a 10% cut in our state budget just through that. My goal is to have a 10% cut in taxes. Our current governor's talking about raising your taxes. I call for a freeze on taxes, property taxes for senior citizens. I'm calling on eliminating the death tax like we already heard about. We have a referendum or petition on that. We're also running a referendum. The state legislature just disconnected the state tax code from the federal tax code. I won't get into the wonkiness of that, but that jacks up your taxes by $300 and some million every budget cycle. We are prepared to refer that one back to voters too, just like we did with the transportation gas and fee tax. People, we hear it everywhere. Everywhere I go, it doesn't matter if I'm in Portland or Eastern Oregon down here, people feel taxed to death. Oregon is in an economic doom loop. And what that means is they kept jacking the taxes up and up and up, and the high income earners are fleeing. So you have this situation where the people paying the taxes are leaving and the tax rates are going up. So they're losing tax revenue. It's unsustainable. Portland is entering a recession. And this can be reversed with the right leadership at the top. We have to get a tax structure that incentivizes business to come to Oregon, build their businesses in Oregon, get good paying jobs that generate tax revenue that way. And so this is something I'm very passionate about. I know we can do a lot better. It goes beyond taxes. It goes beyond taxes. As governor, I will repeal immediately executive orders that are raising your costs for gasoline, your costs for electricity, your costs for natural gas. Our governor right now has put executive orders in place that are jacking the cost of all those things up. They're in the name of the climate. Everybody loves the climate, but these executive orders are not doing anything for the climate, and they can be repealed and save everyone here thousands of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another comment?
Yeah.
You have a 60-second rebuttal time.
Well, yes, I think that I mean the climate that kind of story about the climate. What is like the climate change agenda? Anyways, we all know it's just an agenda. So we know any dollars going to climate change is just filling the pockets of corrupt politicians and their special interests. So here's the thing, Representative Diehl, I want this to be. I want to try to be as good faith as possible. I don't want to come up here and just kind of go at. But I have to ask you about House Bill 2010 that you voted for. That House bill extended Medicaid through 2032 that included programs like OHP that do transgender surgery for minors and illegal immigrants, healthcare for illegal immigrants. Can you explain your rationale on being one of the 6 Republicans voting with the Democrats on that one?
Is this how we're doing it?
You have 60 seconds.
Okay. Well, first off, that is not true, what he just said. That bill has nothing to do, Medicaid cannot be used for illegal immigrants. It's against federal law. That bill has nothing to do with that, absolutely nothing. What that bill does is it is a fee that the hospitals pay. They give it to the state uses that to draw down Medicaid dollars, and all that money goes back to the hospitals. All that money goes back. That is part of the way hospitals are funded. You guys have a hospital here, right? Bay Area Hospital. Without that funding, that hospital would not exist. It's as simple as that. So I made a decision. Do I support this? It's kind of a misnomer to even call it a tax, because every dollar that they put in the fee to match to get the Medicaid dollars down goes right back to the hospital. So there is nothing in that bill that directs Medicaid dollars to non-US citizens, nothing in that bill. It is a process in which hospitals are funded to provide care for the elderly, children, people with disabilities, everything else that Medicaid is used for. Now, that said, is there waste and fraud with Medicaid? Yes, there is. That is why I wrote a letter on this Tren-Aragua issue. I wrote a letter to the DOJ
Thank you, Mr.
and the
Diehl.
Office of
Your time
Inspector
has
General
expired.
demanding an investigation into the Medicaid fraud. Thank you.
And this is a classic politician. That's why I'm in the race right here. This
We
is a
need to
classic
move on,
politician
Mr.
move.
Medina.
Classic politician move. First of all, sending letters isn't going to do a dang thing. You voted against your party
Mr.
on that
Medina,
bill. You
we
could
need
have
to
put
move on to
provisions
our
in it
next
to stop
question.
illegals from being funded, but you didn't, Representative Diehl. You voted with the Democrats. Sorry.
Thank you, candidates. With that, we're going to move on to our second question in our economy policy round. Mr. Medina, you will go first. You will have 3 minutes. What is your plan to fund and maintain transportation infrastructure without relying on unpopular tax increases like the recent gas tax hikes? Go ahead. Mr. Medina.
Oh, I thought you said Diehl. Sorry, can you say that again? My bad.
Yes.
I was still caught up on
What
the last
is your
question.
plan to fund and maintain transportation infrastructure without relying on unpopular tax increases
Yeah.
like the recent gas tax hikes?
Yeah, so we all know the Democrats, their failures, right? They cause, they can't get their, they can't spend, their spending priorities are out of order. So they come to us, they tax us. When they have people leave the state, that leaves funds like in Portland. That's why Portland's in a recession, because there are businesses and people leaving, and there's tax dollars that are being burdened back onto the city. So the city doesn't have it. That's how they make their money. They make their money off of us. So how do they make it for their failures of driving people out of the state and driving business out of the state? Is they tax us more and more and more. They put more fees on it. I'm sure a lot of you hunt, fish. You guys are out there recreationally. You guys see all the fees that are there, that are increasing. One of the fees, the paddle fee, right? You guys all heard about the paddle fee. Now your canoes and your rafts are now they're taxed like they're boats, right? right? There's a fee that they pass on that let us paddle tax. Representative Diehl actually voted with that to increase that tax. A lot of you don't know that, and I didn't know that actually until recently. I was surprised by that, but he voted with that. He voted to increase that. I'll just say this, and I'm just being honest, guys. I'm not, again, this is just being honest here. I'm not just pulling stuff out, okay? But here's the thing. I believe the Senate Republicans said that the funding was already there to fund what the Democrats were trying to pass the $4.3 billion transportation tax with. They said the funding was already there. I say, let's look into those departments like ODOT. And I've talked to a couple ODOT employees that are like, dude, you don't know how bad it is. The DEI crap that's being funded and all the woke crap that's being funded within ODOT, how about we take the money out of that and put it towards our roads and towards the funding that we need? I mean, this is just the theme of a Democrat-run government. All of this waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, some of the staffers are getting insane six-figure jobs or six-figure salaries. And so I think with my approach, with the Doge-style approach here in Oregon, with the auditing, we're going to find there's going to be a lot of dollars to be freed up on. They're probably somehow paying illegals through ODOT. I don't know. But guys, there's so much waste in our government. There's so much wasteful spending. And we all know it's happening. It's not just exclusive to Minnesota. It's happening all over wherever Democrats are in control. And so I believe the Senate Republicans, I believe them when they say the funding was already there. They did a great job. The Senate Republicans and the House Republicans did a great job fighting that tax bill. And we got to give them credit for that. But I believe the money is there. And how about we stop funding woke crap and stuff for illegal aliens, and we actually start using your taxpayer dollars on the problems. I mean, I know that's a crazy thought, but that's where I would start.
Thank you. Representative Diehl, it's your turn.
So what is the number one priority for ODOT if you looked at their strategic plan? What do you think it is? Potholes? That's a good answer. That's what it should be. It's equity. Equity. And we spend tens of millions of dollars within ODOT on DEI-related policies. But when you have an agency that is not aligned with its core mission, number one, is road safety and maintenance. That is number one. When you have an agency that is not prioritizing core mission, there is waste in there. As your next governor, I will prioritize that agency on its core mission, which is number one, road safety and maintenance. Eliminate the DEI. But it's bigger than that. I think we're the only state in the country that taxes every citizen for mass transit. Okay, we have a statewide mass transit tax. Whether you live where I live in little old Scioto, which is, I'm not actually in Scioto, I'm outside of Scioto. I've never seen a bus go by. I am paying for mass transit. That money, I believe, should be redirected toward other things within ODOT, like road safety and maintenance. There's a long list of things that we could do to redirect money. Those are part of the Republican plan that was presented. And when the governor says we didn't bring a plan, well, we did bring a plan. But then I look at some other things going on within ODOT. We have an agency that has put together an I-5 bridge that is going to cost well over $10 billion by their design. We spent years and hundreds of millions of dollars designing this bridge. I think that the number might be closer to 15 or $17 billion. That's federal money and state money. But you look at that bridge and it's a double-decker, it's got mass transit, it's got all these things, but it doesn't add a third lane across the bridge. These are boondoggles. That is a boondoggle of a bridge. That is a waste of taxpayer money. We could design that bridge for less than $5 billion, a nice, simple, single-decker bridge to get vehicles across it. The same with the Rose Quarter. The Rose Quarter is a project, except for $2 billion. It's the only stretch of I-5 in an urban area that doesn't have a third lane. This $2 billion project with a cap over it where you can build, they're going to have buildings on top over the highway and parks. They don't add a third lane. ODOT is not making good use of your tax dollars. I know how to dive into this in detail within that agency, put the right leadership in place, flip it around, and you don't need new taxes to do what they need to do.
Thank you. Commissioner Bethell.
Thank you. I love this question so much. Here's why. Do you know what one of the major roles county commissioners perform in their obligation in the elected seat? We are the local road authority. While you would think that the priority for the Oregon Department of Transportation would be safe roads and bridges, obviously you heard from Representative Diehl, it's actually dumber than anything I've ever heard in my life. It's about equity, and it's not even about equity and prioritization of safe roads and bridges. When I said in my opening speech that I literally bump my head on state policies like every single day, this is a priority example of that. Let me tell you what I'm going to do as the governor when I get in there. How about we prioritize roads and bridges? And we should also be partnering. It's a word that is like a miss in our vernacular here in Oregon with elected leaders. We have 36 counties and over 200 cities that manage roads and bridges in their communities every single year. We have to prioritize them so that way folks can live healthy in their communities. You know who doesn't work with us on a regular basis for our scheduling of maintenance and execution of new systems? ODOT. Now, ODOT has the same type of systems that I have in my county. They have all the engineers, all the road crew, all the things in mirrored status. But did you also know that the Oregon Department of Transportation has considerable less amount of road miles and bridges to deal with than counties do across this state? You all are here in Coos County, you should pay attention to your road system. I know you're frustrated with a pothole, but pay attention to what your commissioners are trying to do just to inch by with the very few crumbs that we get handed down from the gas tax that's statewide. And because we have an adversarial system between our state and the federal government, we don't even qualify for most programs now that we could always have qualified before because our governor's constantly fighting with our president. You can reduce the system overall and the cost, not just by prioritizing your roads and bridges and partnering, but also by the type of procurement process you execute in those systems. Public procurement is a very specific system that's designed by statute. There's 3 systems of procurement in government, and ODOT uses what's called the cost plus system, which essentially gives more control and power of the cost to the contractor than it does the program deliverer, which is ODOT. There's no way I would ever get by with that in my community because I have to talk to my neighbors that elected me at Safeway in the milk aisle, and they would be pissed if I was just letting a contractor roll me over for twice the cost on a freaking I-5 bridge or anything else. In fact, he's my neighbor. I know he would tell me about it. I'm going to make sure that ODOT lives within their means and that we prioritize our systems through proper public procurement. We're going to prioritize in partnership with counties and cities. Thoughtful planning is really, really important. At the end of the day, we cannot continue to give away contingency systems to contractors and focusing on overall systems with union workers. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to our third question in the economy round. We're going to start out with Representative Diehl. With 77% of voters saying housing affordability is getting worse and it ranking high in top issues, how would you accelerate housing construction, reform land use laws like urban growth boundaries, or incentivize development to bring down costs?
Good question. First off, I think we should build Oregon homes with Oregon timber. How's that sound? Yeah. Yes. And I hope we get to talk about that. Yes, we have a housing crisis here. It's and I would look at it the way our current governor looks at it is it has to be government funded, and she wants to put everybody in little apartment buildings. I think what we need to do is really look at our urban growth boundaries. The way that law was set up about 50 years ago was always designed to be what does the growth look like looking forward. Those urban growth boundaries were not set in stone. The intent was to visit those and look and say, what does that growth boundary look like 20 years from now? What's our 20-year plan for growth? Oregon, we want our communities to grow, but grow at a pace that seems reasonable for the people in the communities. And so I think those urban growth boundaries do need to be looked at and expanded so we can have family homes, so we can have homes with yards where kids can play. I want my children to be able to grow up and live in Oregon, to buy a home in Oregon, to raise their family in Oregon. And what that means is I don't want them living in apartment complexes that are state funded. Private sector can do this. Land is part of the challenge. That does require revisiting some of our urban growth laws. But I believe that the way the law is set up allows that. And I will make sure that we look at that seriously and make sure that our communities are allowing modest expansion so that our kids and our grandkids have a place to live and build their homes. But I definitely want it done with private sector. The other thing is permitting and regulations in this state are driving the costs of homes through the roof. We need to revamp our permitting processes. I'm calling for true dashboards and transparency on how those permits work with set time frames for permits. And if a permit is not released, the person doesn't have to pay the fee. And if there are projects that are delayed, those projects show up on my desk to be resolved. That's how it's done in other states. That's not how it's done in Oregon. So these projects can be done with good permitting. There's regulations, and there's a whole bunch of regulations that we put in to make it more difficult or more expensive to build homes in Oregon. And so I would look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bethell, it's your turn.
So I got the first two portions of the housing affordability. Can you just read the question for me just to make sure I get it all?
Absolutely. With 77% of voters saying housing affordability is getting worse and it ranking high on top issues, how would you accelerate housing construction, reform land use laws like urban growth boundaries, or incentivize development to bring down costs?
Thank you. So I do this today as a commissioner. I'm just going to keep saying it. You should pay attention to what your county commissioners do. Super important stuff. I'll tell you on day one when I come into office, just like Rep. Diehl said earlier on executive orders, I'm going to write an executive order to do two things. One, get rid of the CPP, the Climate Protection Plan, which eliminates natural gas statewide, and it's super stupid. And the second thing is getting rid of CFAC, the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities Plan, which is also an executive order that's been bumping its head down the way through cities across the state. Marion County is actually the only county in the state that has a large enough unincorporated area that gets treated like a city, and therefore I get to be a city councilor too. And I'm very frustrated at the rate of housing development in this space. What I'm mostly frustrated about is what I consider modern day redlining happening to people in poverty across Oregon because we focus on climate over livability in systems design. We have no thoughtful plan across this state. So I will be working on a plan. I do it right now. In fact, in Marion County, we have a dashboard that I designed and implemented with our planning team that allows any developer to come into Marion County and click through our screens to see where they can go build and what they can build and what the challenges are to that build. Is there a water sensitivity zone? Is there a lack of infrastructure? Lack of infrastructure is why it costs so much to build for developers in this state. People complain all the time to me about service delivery charges, SDCs. It is important that we make sure that we have equitable investments in our systems for communities to be able to maintain those systems going forward. That's what the purpose of an SDC is. But it's not to raise the cost of housing. We have infrastructure deserts across this state. Every single community, even the largest urban spaces. We need partners in the state leadership systems, in the legislature, at Oregon Housing and Community Services, and in the governor's office, to be able to go out and work with local leaders to figure out where they want development to be. I don't think that we want anybody coming from Portland into Coos Bay telling us where we should build housing. It's not their culture or their community, and they should mind their business, frankly. It should be run from the local communities, a bottom-up approach. You have city councilors, you have mayors, you have county commissioners that have to design plans every year to be successful. I'm also going to tell you that we should do everything on a fee-for-service basis, and if you can't pay for it, then you don't get it. We have fee-for-service systems in local governments, and we don't get to cost outside ourselves, but we shouldn't be forcing these costs onto developers because government thinks that they need to take from every source possible. You can live within your means, you can have a proper plan, and you can actually execute these systems just fine. We need to have a plan around all kinds of housing, not just multifamily housing. I'm sick of the warehousing concept in this state, assuming everybody wants to live in an apartment or a condo. I grew up that way. I can tell you it's not healthy and it's not affordable. Thank you.
Can you repeat the full question, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat the full question, please?
Yes. With 77% of voters saying housing affordability is getting worse and it ranking high in top issues, how would you accelerate housing construction, reform land use laws like urban growth boundaries, or incentivize development to bring down costs?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of us understand how difficult it is to get into a house today, especially with inflation over the past few years. People want to be in houses again. And one of the first things I would do as governor is I would do everything in my power to stop out-of-state construction companies, out-of-state corporate interests from building on our land. I would get the CCP completely, their grip completely off of Oregon, completely off of owning land in Oregon. Some Republicans, I'm sad to say, have teamed up with the Democrats with that one. So I want to get out-of-state interests off of our state, and we have to get people back in houses, especially the middle class. And we do that through making things more affordable, lowering taxes. And so when we do my Doge style auditing and we get in the governor's mansion and we actually find the fraud, waste, and abuse, hold people accountable, we can actually lower taxes. And I do want to take the federal tax code. I want to do the tax on tips and not tax bonus pay as regular pay, as double tax it. I want to lower the burden on Oregonians so that they have more money in their pockets so we can actually get into housing. And so as governor, you know, in this situation, Oregonians have been put last at every single turn. And we have companies and corporate interests coming into the state and making it harder we have a supply and demand problem right now. And so I would do a housing council with the best experts to look at this and figure out what's best for you, not what's best for corporate interests.
Thank you. Well, at this time, perhaps we could bring up an audience member for a question. Why don't we bring up one or two audience members between policy rounds for an audience question, just to break it up a little bit.
You point across like we
Rob
can see.
Ginsrick.
Wave your arms around. You can use this one.
Give up.
Yeah, of course.
There he is. There he is. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir. Who am I going to?
Oh, they're so polite here.
So this is a really specific question. This is like a one topic issue. You know, we have a lot of crime. You had addressed, Mr. Diehl, you had addressed crime earlier on in your opening statements, and it's no secret that we have a lot of crime. And I think our area in particular is really serviced by a lot of crime. One of the ones that really bothers me the most are the sexual offenders. And we have a plethora of them. We rank number one in the nation in terms of per capita for sex offenders. We are number 27 in population for the entire nation, yet we are number 6 in terms of actual just raw numbers, not per capita. So we're number 1 per capita for sexual offenders in the state of Oregon, and we're number 6 in just terms of raw numbers. That's insane. And I see a lot of things. I see a lot of, you know, you hear platitudes. It's like that everywhere across the nation, but it's truly not. It is something that does exist everywhere, but it's uniquely saturated where we live in this amazing state of Oregon. Now, in 2019, there was a House Bill 3273 that was put through, and 2 years later it was put into law that made it difficult for for law enforcement to release mugshots. Now, the auspices of it, the generalization of it was, well, it'll prevent doxing and it'll prevent people from being held for ransom with their mugshots later on in their life. But what it's also done is it's kind of hamstrung the citizens, and it's keeping us from knowing who are the bad guys in our neighborhoods. We can't see them any longer. Now, to be true, when by the time they get prosecuted, by the time they get incarcerated, those mugshots can be released in some circumstances, but by then it's old news and no agencies have any desire to do that. And then, potentially look at a lawsuit later on. The sex offender registry. It's the OSP sex offender registry. We only list the top tier sex offenders. Like the highest level sex offenders are listed on it, and we are still missing about 50% of those. I've spoken personally with the parole department asking about, because we have a huge homeless problem here, and a lot of them are sex offenders, but they're not registered. We don't have any of these people on the registry. A lot of them are coming from out of state, and in speaking with the people that do this for a living at the parole board and such, they don't have the manpower, they don't have the ability to do it. And actually that was my ending it right there. Thank you all. What do you think of this? How do you fix it? Is this a priority to you? Thank you so much. And sorry for my rambling, but I had to kind of give you all the background.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the microphone.
Commissioner Bethell, we'll be starting with you.
Yeah, thank you. So that's a great topic and a frustrating topic in general for any Oregonian. Public safety in Oregon, which I think is going to be one of the things that we're going to talk about criminal justice. But at the end of the day, is one of the greatest underfunded systems in Oregon. It's unprioritized because, defund the police, right? Well, I'll tell you, I'm a fund the police girl, and I'm a fund criminal justice systems kind of girl, and I'm also really invested in funding community corrections. So when you talked about talking to the probation officer, parole officer, that's the Community Corrections Division that's run by counties, except for 3 counties in Oregon that the state runs. When we don't have ample resources per our population, we can't deliver appropriate services. It's exceptionally costly to run public safety across the board, especially when people are at large in the community. You'd think it would just be as easy as putting an ankle monitor on them and then managing them, but it turns out you have to have a person to watch the monitor that pays attention to the ankle monitor, which costs money. We have to invest in that system as a priority. I tell you, there's several pieces of legislation that went through the Capitol in the last few years that have been really harmful to public safety, but House Bill 3273 is one of those, and I believe it should be repealed. And as governor, you can write executive orders based on public safety and halt those situations. And we need a governor that's going to come into office and understand the system of public safety, not just the Department of Corrections and putting people in prison, but what it means to keep people safe in our communities, hold them accountable, and stabilize them in the institution space if that's where they need to be, or back into our communities. I did not know that Coos County was one of the highest per capita communities for sex offense, and that's atrocious. I can also tell you that I suspect there's probably higher because people who are homeless, they're not registered or tracked anywhere in this state. They come in and out across our borders. They get sent down here from buses from Multnomah County. They come into my community from Multnomah County, California, Washington, whatever. And we don't actually have a cohesive system between public safety, Department of Human Services, Oregon Health Authority, and local governments to make sure we know who are in our community. So at the end of the day, it's a priority for me. I understand it very clearly, and I know exactly how to hold these people accountable and keep you safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder for these guest questions, you only have 2 minutes to respond. Mr. Medina, you're up.
Yeah. Can you repeat that question, sir? I'm just kidding. Calm down. I'm just kidding. Man, we must be in Coos County, man. Question. Here's the thing.
I know exactly who said that too.
Here's the thing. That's awesome. I love the passion. We need more of it, especially in our government. Here's the thing, guys. Public safety, our police. I mean, it's no surprise that we have a sex offender problem here in Oregon and in Coos County because it's ran by the party that releases gang members, illegal Tren de Aragua gang members that have committed child sex crimes back into our streets like it's nothing. So this part, Democrats don't care about law and order, and they gaslight us and believe to make us believe that we are the problem, like they are defending democracy. Just look at their actions, look at their track record. They don't care about law and order. And in fact, it goes deeper than just funding the police. It goes deeper than that. If you actually, so I've sat in city council meetings in Portland. I've talked to police officers in Portland, officers who support me. I've talked to police officers across Oregon. It's not just about funding the police. It's about how the Democrats view the police. And it's by design, folks. Weakening our law and order is by design to dismantle this country and dismantle the state. And you saw it in Portland. Look at our officers, our DHS officers and our ICE officers in Portland that are attacked on a weekly basis. And these people are still called protesters. And then our government has the nerve, our Democrats in Oregon has the nerve to act like DHS and ICE are the problem. Look at how they're talking about the targets that they're putting on the backs of ICE agents. Folks, this is why I'm in the race, because we need someone in here that is actually going to call out these problems. And by the way, that bill, a lot of you maybe don't know this, that bill that got rid of mugshots conveniently happened when Governor Kotek's staffer at the time got arrested for rioting in downtown Portland. That's why they passed that bill. And that was helped with Republicans. I'll let you go look it up because, again, I'm trying to be nice. But Republicans helped them pass that bill. Again, folks, that's why I'm in the race, because it's about time that you guys have people stand up for you and stand up for our law enforcement.
Thank you. Representative Diehl.
I would also repeal the House Bill 3273 for the mugshots. I disagree with that. There was a number of bad crime bills that came out of that. Something else related specifically with the sex offenders, Governor Kotek has tried to basically loosen some of the rules and how sex offenders are classified, because getting to his point, we have this tremendous backlog. I don't know how this happens, but we have a backlog in classifying sex offenders in this state. We have so many of them. And so instead of dealing with that issue and classifying them, she went down a road of, well, let's just not bother with it. That's a problem. So if that is indeed an issue, we need to deal with it and make sure that those offenders are adequately classified and the communities are informed and notified, and that needs to be done on the websites there. A couple other things, and I think part of this with the sex offenders is related, I believe, to the homeless situation. And maybe we're going to get into this in the criminal justice section. Are we going to talk about that?
A little bit.
Maybe a little bit. Okay. I've only got 45 seconds left, so I'm not going to get into that. But I will talk about another bill that came around in the same time as this mugshot bill, and that was Senate Bill 48 from 2022, which is a catch and release bill, which basically allows law enforcement, you can assault a police officer, you can commit a robbery, and you will be released. And you can go back and steal again and be released, and steal again and be released. You can steal multiple times before your first theft is even prosecuted. This also needs to be reversed. So we have a number of laws that were passed at a time a few years ago that are increasing crime in this state, making our communities less safe, and we need to reverse those. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we need to move on as time is ticking quickly. So let's enter our criminal justice system policy round. First up, we're going to have Mr. Medina answer the question. You have 3 minutes in this section. If you would like a 60-second rebuttal, please kind of raise your hand and I will call on you. All right, this question is for you. What steps would you take as governor to address the chronic underfunding and staffing shortages in Oregon's public defender offices, which have caused excessive trial delays, leading to violations of defendants' Sixth Amendment rights and the release of potentially dangerous criminals back into our communities?
Yeah, so we all know there's a corruption problem in Oregon. We all know why the Democrats release these people. They have no respect for our laws, and they pretend like we're the ones that don't respect. Are you holding up the 30 seconds already? Oh, okay. Oh. I was like, geez, dude. I'm sorry, repeat the question. That threw me off. Repeat the question real quick. I was on a line of thinking, man.
What steps would you take as governor to address the
Yeah.
chronic underfunding and staffing shortages in Oregon's public defender offices, which have caused excessive trial delays, leading to violations of defendants' Sixth Amendment rights and the release of potentially dangerous criminals back into our communities.
Well, I would fund it. And I would hold our legislators and our justice system to actually start prosecuting these crimes. I know you guys remember the riots of 2020 and how many times the DA, Mike Schmidt at the time, released all of these rioters back on. It's so funny because they call me a rioter and all I did was peacefully protest. But they released people that hurt cops. They released people that attack cops on a nightly basis, that were throwing fire bombs at the federal courthouse, and they released them. They dropped all their charges. So I'd absolutely fund it. And when we free up all the money from the fraud, waste, and abuse that we find, we can fund it with that. And I'd start holding criminals accountable. I know it's a crazy concept, is holding criminals accountable. But guys, if you really understand, so one thing that I learned being in Portland and going to college in Portland and seeing how these people really think about our justice system is they believe it's broken. They believe it's racist. They believe that it privilege, or in one of the whitest states in the nation, Oregon, they believe that it isn't fair against people of color. And so what they do is they weaken our justice system. They underfund our public defender, the public defender system, and they release these criminals back onto the street because it's part of dismantling the system. That's what these people believe, guys. That's why you need an outsider to go in there and actually uphold our Oregon Constitution, uphold our laws, because these people have no respect. They have no respect for our systems. When you think our system is unfair and racist, you're going to treat it as such. And so that's why you see criminals released. That's why they have no respect for illegal immigration. They put illegals here ahead of all of us. They let Tren de Aragua gang members and child sex offenders roam our streets. It's how they view the system. It's why it's broken, and it's broken on purpose. The Democrat Party does not care about our justice system. They don't care about our police officers. And I'm saddened to say that. I hate saying that, because there was a time where Republicans and Democrats believed in our systems, believed in our justice system. But what you've seen over the past few years, or past couple decades, is the complete erosion of every fabric of our society. And how do you weaken a society? You go after law and order. You go after the justice system. And so absolutely, I would fund it, and I would hold criminals accountable. You commit a crime in Oregon, you're going to jail. You hurt the people of Oregon, you're going to jail. And I don't care what special interest group, what woke, purple-haired special interest group people in Portland try to stop me or cry foul or cry racism. I'm not going to waver, guys. I'm going to fight for you, and I'm going to hold these people accountable that commit crimes on our land.
Representative Diehl.
So Oregon has kind of an oddball way of paying for public defenders. And I think Commissioner Bethell knows a lot about this. But it really is a problem. We are denying justice for the people who are accused of crime, and we're also denying justice for the victims, right? So this is a serious problem. But it gets down to the mechanism that we use to fund public defenders. That needs to be completely overhauled, and I think we just need to look at what the models are in other states and adopt those models that are working well. Another thing related to that is we put, if you go talk to a public defender, we're asking them to be an attorney and a social worker. And so their workload is pretty heavy. And I really don't think that's not in the best interest of the person that's accused, because I don't think an attorney is going to make a good social worker. And we should have them act as public defenders. But that's really it, is look at the models that are used in other states. Our cost per public defender is way higher, is disproportionate compared to what it is in other states. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. Commissioner Bethell.
I'm ready. Okay, so I'll tell you, who believes in Yoga Fridays? I don't. but they do. In Oregon, we have two systems for public defenders. We have a state-driven directed system through OPRD, the Oregon Public Defenders Associate system. It's like they work for the state. And then we have a local consortium that are contract lawyers that contract into the state system to say that they can receive cases that are assigned through the sitting judge from an arraignment day. In Oregon, what Representative Diehl was talking about as far as like folks not just doing criminal justice, when we talk about them being case managers, we don't talk about them being case managers of the law. We talk about them being case managers of like humanity. So if you're an individual that comes into any community in this state and you commit a crime and you go to jail, you typically get assessed pretty quickly to determine your ability to stay in the jail to be held accountable by that judge. If you happen to have a mental illness, there's a whole separate track of law that you go down. But if you don't, you stay basically in the general population and you get assigned from a consortium of defense attorneys who, because of standards set on a national platform by leftists from the East Coast, public defenders in Oregon manage around 30 to 35 cases per lawyer. Would anybody like to beg a guess of what a prosecutor's caseload looks like? In Marion County, it's over 120 cases per employee in our prosecution office. It's triple the amount of cases each lawyer can handle. The reason we have a backlog is because we have a policy priority issue as to what a lawyer's job is. Not only do you not now have to pass the bar to be a lawyer in Oregon, you don't have to make sure you're following the basic standards of defense work as a lawyer. They want you to be a case manager. They want to make sure you have proper housing, proper health care, you're signed up for services, yada, yada, yada. All the things that need to be done in a system that's not siloed. If we had a governor that understood all these systems of care, like me, we could solve this problem right away. There's lots of policy that can be reformed because it's based in rule, not all in law, not through the legislature. So the governor has a lot more authority to go into that state agency and say, hey, you're going to take more cases. And I'll tell you right now, just as a bit of a positive, there's a new director for OPRD, and they're doing a really good job of holding people accountable to make sure more cases are taken and executed, and we can hold people accountable in our communities. I'll tell you this too. I don't believe in restorative justice. I do not believe it's a policy platform that we should prioritize in this state. It should be completely removed. We should work on statute. We should work on accountability. We should be transparent about that. But we can do all of that in a lens of accountability with compassion, because I believe in people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our next question. Representative Diehl, you will answer first. Homelessness remains the single biggest issue for approximately 20% of voters. What concrete, measurable actions would you prioritize to reduce unsheltered homelessness? And how would you balance compassion with accountability?
Well, you stole my tagline. It's compassionate accountability, first off. First off, we have to, I think, realize what homelessness is about, and I'm talking about unsheltered homelessness. And I've gone through homeless shelters, I've gone through homeless camps, I've talked to people who've come out of these, I've talked to the people who work with them. 99% of the folks in unsheltered homeless have a drug addiction problem. And in a lot of cases, they're self-medicating their own mental illness, or they have mental illness caused by the drug addiction. And what we're doing with them right now is the least compassionate thing you could do. We are enabling their addiction. We are paying people to hand out foil and pipes and a business card and say, call me if you have any trouble. That is not compassionate. That is enabling their demise. It's one of the worst things I think we could do. As governor, I would work to repeal House Bill 3115, so cities have the right to prohibit public camping and govern public camping. That's a city decision, not a state decision. That is essential, that you regain the right to control public camping in your community. Then, I believe we would have law enforcement and a social worker go out, and they go to these folks and say, look, we have basic shelter, and I believe in basic shelter, not a hotel, not an apartment, not housing first, a basic shelter with a cot and a shower and someplace to stay. We have that. We have mental health assistance. We have drug abuse treatment. These are available to you. We want to help you get in a good space and be a productive citizen. If you're not interested in doing that, we're going to enforce our camping ordinance. In other words, you can't stay here. They have an option. They have a choice. It is up to them. But I think that's what it takes. They need an incentive. You talk to anybody who's done this. They need an incentive to do the right thing. We have to give them that incentive. The other thing that comes with this, and I've actually worked with Commissioner Bethell on this, is we need to revamp our civil commitment laws in Oregon. And we have people who are not in their right mind, who are not able to help themselves. They need to get into a place where they can be treated and get in their right mind. And Oregon has made it very, very difficult to do that. We are leaving them in squalor on streets. That is not compassion. That is horrific in my opinion. Those civil commitment laws need to be modified so that parents, for example, who have a child that's struggling, they can get in and get the help they need. Those are the main elements of what it can take. And if we do that, we can significantly reduce the homeless problem in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bethell?
Would you repeat the whole question for me again real quick?
Absolutely. Homelessness remains the single biggest issue for approximately 20% of voters. What concrete, measurable actions would you prioritize to reduce unsheltered homelessness? And how would you balance compassion with accountability?
Thank you. Well, how about we just start with tracking the money we're using today? It's a basic no-brainer. So since the governor's been in office, she's spent billions of dollars in Oregon, and she can't tell you where it's gone. It's the most infuriating thing I experience as a county commissioner in a county that has the largest outdoor homeless camp in Oregon right across the river in Polk County. And I'll tell you, because it's in Polk County, a rural community, minus a little bit of West Salem, because it doesn't have services and systems, they walk across the bridge, sometimes they float across the river to my county, and then it becomes my responsibility to deal with this population. I can tell you, since I've been a commissioner in the last 6 years, I'm very proud of the track record of the systems I have designed at the local level to help with this exact problem. And I'll tell you what my biggest barrier is: the legislature and the governor. It is the most ridiculous thing that I have to experience when I go into the legislature and talk to people who don't actually care about outcomes. They care about this concept called the right to fail, which means you as a human can do whatever the hell you want on my taxpayer dollars and I just have to suck it up. It's infuriating. And I'll tell you, as somebody who has direct lived experience in this space, you can succeed from the streets to whatever you want in your life with a hand up and not a handout. When people invest in you with compassion and they see you for who you are, where you are, if we had a system that was designed to serve people and not itself, we would be much further down the lane in this policy space than we are today. The governor doesn't want to solve this problem, and I do. It's one of my biggest priorities as a county commissioner. Since I have been a Marion County commissioner, I have helped deploy 5 outreach programs that are effectively reaching into our communities, whether it's on the streets or prevention, which, by the way, is underfunded in Oregon, almost $750 million a year, that doesn't help people stay in their houses, but helps them fail out and then continues to oppress them there once they get there. We need to eliminate the right to fail. We need to reform all the policies at DHS, OHA, and OHCS. If you want to know what those acronyms are, just Google it, because my name comes up after every one of them with explicitives. The civil commitment system does need to be reformed. Every single legislative session, short and long, I have worked to bring policy to the legislature to get that system fixed. Marion County is home to the largest institutions in Oregon. We have the state hospital and we have 3 prisons. When people want to stay close to their loved ones that are incarcerated, guess where they move? Marion County. We have a large population of diversity and poverty. They're failing in and out across this system every single day. I feel very confident to say, without insult to my peers, I am an expert in this space, and I am delivering real outcome results in my community. Over 350 people with direct local dollars have come off the streets, out of parks, into stabilization with accountability, transparency, and we know exactly where those dollars came from under my leadership. It is very scalable. We need to do a lot more to our system, what I call the escalator of housing, but maybe I'll get into that later. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, to understand the homelessness crisis, and you know, and like Representative Diehl said, it is also a drug crisis. They go hand in hand. I worked in downtown Portland for about 6-7 years, and experienced this crisis up close. I've talked to homelessness people that are homeless. I've talked to police officers. I've talked to city workers that have had to deal with it. Just bummed me.
I did, sorry.
And the thing is first of all, we've created, the Democrat policies have created homelessness tourism here in Oregon. People come here because they get the handouts. In fact, I was out a couple weeks ago talking to homeless people, and I, with my guy, John Mann, PDX, was out there, we were serving, we were volunteering, and I talked to a few of the homeless people, and I said, hey, are you from here? Every single one of them said, no, we're from Washington, we're from Nevada, we're from Arizona, we're from the East Coast. I would say about over half of these people that are homeless in Portland alone, and I would guess it's the same way across Oregon, aren't even from Oregon, but they come here because the Democrat policies create handouts for them and create incentives. Measure 110, decriminalizing drugs, handing out needles and drug paraphernalia to stop the spread of disease. Like Representative Diehl said, they're enabling the problem. They're creating the problem. They're keeping it going. And I'm going to tell you why, because it's making them, it's keeping them in power. And it's making them and their friends money. It's called the homeless industrial complex. And what they do is they create these non-profit organizations, or these fake churches, I call them, around Portland, around Oregon, that get paid millions of dollars to service the homeless. And meanwhile, the problem continues to grow and grow and grow. And a lot of these organizations and a lot of these people funnel that money back towards the Democrats around election time. So you notice a theme. I keep talking about corruption. I keep talking about fraud, waste, and abuse, because, folks, none of those problems, the homelessness, the drug problem, it doesn't get fixed until we root out the corruption. We have to enforce our laws. In Portland, it's spread to Eugene. It's spread to, what happened to Salem? My gosh.
Ask him.
I mean, I go to Salem now, it looks like Portland. There's homeless tents everywhere.
Sile's fine.
Yeah. And so, folks, they're creating this problem. They're enabling this problem. People are making money off of it. They're making money off your taxpayer dollars. All of a sudden, poof, they found $100 million in Portland of unspent housing funds. That wasn't by accident. And so more need to increase transparency within our government, within these programs, and every dollar that's going to the problem and enabling it. And again, you call it compassion, a balanced approach of compassion. There's nothing compassionate about driving businesses out of Portland, families out of Portland. I've talked to many business owners who tell me horror stories, I can't even repeat because we have kids here, of homelessness in the open air drug markets that are around their businesses that are driving customers away, which is why businesses are leaving cities like Portland. And so as governor, I want to enforce the laws. We're going to find out where the corruption's happening, and I want to enforce the laws, let police do their job. And yes, I also believe in a compassionate approach, and I know we're out of time, but building that into the justice system to help people that actually want to get help. But a lot of these people, they'll leave our state as soon as we stop enabling the problem and making it a homeless tourism for themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. All right, we are actually going to go ahead straight into our next policy round, as time is just flying by. So the next round is on education. Commissioner Bethell, we will be starting with you, followed by Mr. Medina and Representative Diehl.
Sorry. You said education?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So we all know education is in crisis.
No.
I think it's criminal.
Mr. Medina, I haven't asked the question
Oh my
yet.
gosh, I'm sorry. Taren, I'm so sorry.
And we're starting with Commissioner Bethell, but thank you for your enthusiasm.
You're just paying attention to us being off task is what happened. I was giving him a mint.
All right, here's your question.
Okay.
Oregon ranks low nationally in reading and math proficiency. With ongoing challenges like absenteeism and post-pandemic learning loss, what specific steps would you take to improve K-12 outcomes, close achievement gaps, support teachers, and ensure students read proficiently by the 3rd grade?
Thank you. So for those of you who don't know, I had the opportunity and or the torture to sit on the Salem-Keizer School Board when I was first an elected official. In 2018, I ran for public office for the first time as a pissed off parent. And I'm still a pissed off parent, if I'm being totally honest. I've got 2 of my 3 kids out of the public school system and 1 almost done, just a few weeks down the road, and then maybe I can take a breather. The education system in Oregon is not designed on achievement. We've all heard that. In fact, they've removed so many opportunities for kids to rise to the occasion because of equity and some kind of balance that I don't understand that we need to put back into place. Kids can rise to the occasion at the end of the day. However, they don't usually wake up in the morning on their own in kindergarten and get themselves dressed and fed and transported to school. They need a solid family home and a community that encourages them to be successful in that space. It has to be a priority of your entire environment. And we don't actually do community schools anymore. We do institutions. And I'm going to completely obliterate that model and give communities back the responsibility of owning, growing our youth in our community from the classroom out and back and forth. Reading and math are obviously the foundation to success in life. 3rd grade reading is said in Oregon to be challenged because we have such a diversity across this state that when communities come here, individuals come here into our communities and English isn't their first language, it's difficult for them to become readers. There's lots of evidence to prove that to be not the case. Little brains are sponges. If you can immerse them in a space that is constantly engaging them in thought and reading and exposure, they pick it up. We need to making sure that our classrooms are delivering education to the concept of a brain development, not just to an equitable space. We don't actually teach teachers in higher education anymore on how a brain learns. They don't get to go into classrooms as 24-year-old eager teachers and know exactly what the human is in front of them. They walk into those classrooms knowing how to design a lesson plan and how to navigate behaviors. There's lots of evidence-based systems across this country that we should be tapping into. The Oregon Department of Education actually is overseen by the governor. She's the state superintendent of education, so she should be personally held responsible for our failing systems. I think it's fundamentally wrong that we have somebody who doesn't have a license or a degree in education running education in this state. I think you should always have an expert in a space that requires expertise. Absenteeism is a collective effort. Parents have to want their kids to go to school, but you also have to trust the place you're sending your most valuable possession, which is your child. We need to return the relationship between parents and schools or guardians and schools and require accountability of people who birth children and want to raise them in our community to do the right thing by them. And I also believe in school choice. I think like the capital market competition is healthy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get to Mr. Medina, now it is your turn.
Thank you, Taren. Taren's gonna like unfollow me on all my social channels after this, man. It's like, I hope we can still be friends. Folks, it is criminal that our education system is where it's at. What are we, 47th? Last we checked, 47th in the nation in proficiency. It is absolutely criminal how much the Democrats are failing our kids and how much they are, and they just seem not to care. And say what they do is they fudge the numbers. The Democrats like to do this across the board. They do this in many other departments other than just education. I've seen it. I've worked with the state of Oregon before. Yes, I had to go through the woke DEI training. It was like, I'm still going through counseling for that. But they fudge the numbers. So you guys know they lower the graduation standards. And then all of a sudden graduation goes up a little bit and they can pat themselves on the back and say graduations. And their fake news media in the Portland area and around Oregon, all the NBC, ABC affiliates pat them on the back, their media allies, and say, look, graduation rates are up. It's criminal. They're failing our kids. Here's a big problem with absenteeism. And with our with kids that are failing in our state, it's also a parent problem. We have a parent problem in this nation. At every turn, our government, usually led by Democrats, our media, our phones, that's why I didn't give my daughter a phone until social media access until she was 17. They are dismantling the authority structure between kids and parents. And schools are reinforcing that. They're taking the authority out of teachers' hands. I've talked to educators across Oregon who tell me, I am afraid to discipline a kid because then I'm looked at as the bad guy. I can't even send the kid to detention anymore because then I'm looked at as the bad guy. The kids have been given full authority in the classroom for bad behavior. And so as governor, I want to, obviously we're going to fire every department head at Tina Kotek. So we're going to fire all their staff too. And then that's going to include the Department of Education. And we're going to get people in there that actually care about our kids, that are actually going to bring back bring up our test scores. I don't want to just stop there though. I want to invest. Our education system as it stands is out of date anyways. So even if we get the reading, writing, and math good, that's fine. But I want to get our kids even more prepared. I want to invest more in entrepreneurship, trade schools. I want to invest in technical skills and in tech skills. I want to get kids ready for the real world. We're not getting them ready for the real world. That's why they're having a hard time either wasting their time going to college most of the time. College is not a complete waste of time, but most of it is. And they're having a hard time finding jobs coming out of school. And so I want to invest in those programs for our kids, and I want to get their basic scores back up. There's no reason why though Oregon should be failing in education, being the birthplace of Nike, Intel, and all these great companies. And our kids are doing our kids have some of the worst scores. It's unacceptable. And we need to be empowering our kids. We need to be empowering our teachers. I'm all for school choice. Taxpayer dollars should go to the student, not the systems, not the failing systems. We've lost the right to be able to tell parents where their taxpayers should go. So if parents want to pull their kids out and put them in the schools of their choice, I think they should be able to. And I will support that as governor.
Thank you. Representative Diehl.
Thank you. So I'll start. I support charter schools. I support school choice. I brought an initiative petition and a couple bills to the legislature for school choice. But I also support public school. I'm a product of public school. My wife is, our kids are. And as the commissioner said, the governor in Oregon is the superintendent of public education. So for me, it's defined by accountability, discipline, and excellence in our schools, and that's what we need. One thing we have to do is eliminate DEI out of the schools. Talk to the folks at Turning Point out there. I had 30 high school kids come into the Capitol, and I gave them a tour of the Capitol building, and we sat them down in a room and talked about what their classroom experience was like. It was nothing like when I went to school, I'll tell you that. A math class where a third of the time is spent on talking about ideology instead of math. Or having a teacher ridiculing a student simply because they had a political view that was different than the teacher's. It's unbelievable and it's unacceptable. And as governor, I would clean house on that. You look at the administrative load where we're pumping money into our school system, but the money's not going into the classroom. I've talked to teachers who are just as frustrated as we are. We are losing great teachers because of these systems that have been put in place. The governor has direct control how that is done. Testing standards, we need testing standards. We've eliminated testing standards. We've eliminated we don't have any teeth in our truancy laws and absenteeism. We need teeth in that. We complain about high absentee rates. The legislature decides, we'll study this. It's because you don't do anything. There has to be consequences if you don't come to school. We also have a problem when we talk about fourth grade reading level. This is unbelievable to me. The state had to spend millions of dollars to teach teachers phonics because the teachers coming out of the schools recently did not know phonics. What did I say? And is it any wonder our kids can't read? They're using systems that don't work. So for me, it's getting back to basics, cleaning house at the top with that agency. There is no reason with the amount of money we spend on education that we can't have the best education system in the country. And I'm committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Medina, you will answer this question first. Key debates involve school funding, evidence-based instruction, career technical education, and addressing learning gaps. How would you collaborate with districts, parents, and educators to raise standards, expand opportunities such as dual credit and summer programs, and better prepare students for Oregon's workforce. Do we need a break?
We need a quick break.
real quick.
There's a little water
Absolutely.
up
Let's
here,
take
so
a
give us just like
quick
3
break.
minutes.
We'll wrap back
Run
up
the
in a
left.
second. Stretch your legs, everyone.
Actually, it's this way. Girls is that way.
I'm good.
Yeah, I was just gonna come up and check your water. How's your water doing?
I'm good. This is
All right.
mine.
All
I
right.
gave this one to Ed, but he didn't want it because his eyes were closed.
Gotcha. Yeah. I know.
And it was the men. Yeah. Okay.
So we're going to switch it up a little bit. We're going to scrap that last education question as I feel it is a little bit repetitive. So, Mr. Medina, we're going to begin with you, but we're actually going to go on to an audience member question.
Natalie.
All right, so Michaela, could you please come up? Now you guys will all have 2 minutes to answer these questions.
Yes, sir.
2 minutes to answer the audience question.
Yeah, can we get out of here, please? I want to dive before. I'm just kidding.
Thank you so much. Test, test, okay. Hi, my name is Michaela Hammerson, and I am the chief petitioner for IP 37, also known as End Vote by Mail. End Vote by Mail, IP 37, proposes several reforms aimed at creating fully secured elections. These include one-day elections, election day designated as a public holiday, in-person voting at neighborhood polling places, voter identification, and absentee voting available upon request. It also requires clean voter rolls, hand-counted ballots at the precinct level, and elections with transparent chain of custody. My question is simple. Do you support initiative petition 37 getting on the November 2026 ballot so the voters of Oregon can decide? For the sake of clarity, for all the voters, I'm asking for a simple yes or no answer. Then please provide your rationale.
Great, thank you for the question. Mr. Medina, you're up first.
Yeah, I absolutely support IP 37. I support completely getting rid of mail-in ballots. I think that it's no secret that our elections aren't the cleanest and that there's a lot of problems with it. And the biggest problem is the people don't have confidence in their elections anymore. And that's a problem. And obviously the Democrats don't care because they're benefiting from it. These same Democrats were arguing that mail-in ballots were susceptible to fraud back in the 90s, early 2000s. They were against mail-in ballots. Now they're for them. And so I absolutely do support that initiative. And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting more support from that. And I would like to hear why, maybe from somebody, I don't know, legislator, I don't know. I'm actually curious what you think, Commissioner Bethell.
I think you're going to hear.
Does it go to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let them answer. I absolutely support it. And our elections they're dirty. And we all know that they're dirty. And the mail-in ballots, the chain of custody, look at Chris Dudley's race in 2010. Why are we still counting ballots 7 days after the election day? I mean, what is going on? And so not only would I support that, but I mean, here's the thing. I know it's going to sound crazy, but if you guys get me in there, I'll do everything I can to increase transparency within our elections. I'll do everything I can to, if I have to sue my own Secretary of State, I will. Because the people deserve free and fair elections and transparent elections, and we don't have that right now.
Thank you. Representative Diehl, it's your turn.
All right. Election integrity is a big deal. Where I land on that, I am in full support of voter ID, cleaning up our voter rolls, proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. In Oregon, ballot harvesting, we're like the Wild West when it comes to ballot harvesting. We need strict limits on ballot harvesting. And we need full transparency in the system we have. We got to expose the weaknesses and the challenges so people are aware of the weaknesses and challenges in our system. I also support ending motor voter. I mean, we've seen problems in motor voter. We were registering non-U.S. citizens to vote. It's not working that well. When it comes specifically to the vote by mail initiative petition, I've talked about this before on numerous occasions. Oregonians are accustomed to vote by mail. Whether we like that or not, it's the truth. And if you put this out there on a petition, on a ballot, it will not pass because Oregonians are accustomed to vote by mail. That does not mean I love the idea of voting in person, bringing my grandkids to vote with me in person. but we have to be realistic about where Oregonians are at. So what I'm saying is I'm supporting these changes that I identified, and then also implementing transparency in the system so we can educate all Oregonians where we have challenges with chain of custody, where we have challenges with churn in our voter rolls, where we have challenges of what the state controls and what our county clerks control. And then we can implement real reform after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bethell.
I think she went back to her seat, but I want to say thank you for the question. I think it's an important question. And I also want to just say really quickly, most people don't realize the depth of that initiative petition and the number of options that you're working towards reform on in elections, because the average person in Oregon, I've spent a lot of time the last year around Oregon, that hear about vote by mail, freak out about the concept of just ripping away their ability to get something in the mail and do their civic duty and turning around a ballot and returning it. Here's what I'm going to tell you. On its face, yes, I support the concept of the initiative petition. I'll support you as a citizen going out and doing your due diligence to inform voters and getting them to show up. What I'm frustrated by is what I just said. Most people don't even understand the depth of that initiative petition. The things that I think are missing, just so we're clear, you didn't talk about ballot harvesting, which I think should be illegal in Oregon. I think it's a manipulative way to get people to vote your way when you knock on their door and they're a vulnerable person in our community that either doesn't understand the systems, they don't understand the culture, and they're frankly just too busy to pay attention. I believe in voter ID. I believe everybody should have to have an ID and a US-born citizenship to be able to vote in America and here in Oregon. I don't know if most of you know this, but Oregon has always been a self-attestation state. I've never shown my ID to go register to vote. When I turned 18, I registered to vote at the US Postal Office. Nobody asked me for my ID. They didn't even ask me for my mail key. We need to make sure our systems are invested with integrity. We need to have a plan. One of the things that's frustrating to me in Oregon is that when we pass an initiative petition as citizens, it goes to the legislature and it's forced through into a statutory process with no plan. They expect an agency to do that. And here in Oregon, it would be the Secretary of State's office. And you expect a Secretary of State who's underperforming and corrupt, in my opinion, to deliver you a better system? That makes zero sense to me. We need to have accountability in much different ways with much grander conversation, and it should be led from the governor's office. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 10 minutes left in our evening, so I'm going to do one of the natural resource questions and then give you all a 2-minute closing statement. So we're going to start with Representative Diehl. And here's the question. Oregon's forests, water, fisheries, and public lands drive jobs in timber, agriculture, and tourism, but face overregulation and federal management issues. How would you advance sustainable resource use, reduce wildfire and drought risks, support rural counties, and protect long-term environmental health?
In 2 minutes.
Yes,
wow.
sir. We're going to do, well, you get 3 for this one. Let's keep the rebuttals down.
Oregon sits on a bounty of natural resources. We've got to be one of the wealthiest states when it comes to our natural resources, and we are letting them sit and we've locked them up. And it is one of the most frustrating things I have about this state. Let's talk about timberlands. We have let fuels build up in our timberlands and we're letting them burn instead of harvesting timber in a sustainable way. You guys know all the problems. As governor, I get to pick who's on the Oregon Department of Forestry. That Oregon Department of Forestry would look a lot different with Ed Diehl as governor. Yes, it would. I believe in sustainable harvesting of our forests. We can have beautiful forests that are fun to recreate in, that provide great paying jobs for the local communities, that bring tax revenue to our schools. We have taken our rural communities by locking up our natural resources and driven them in some cases into poverty, and now they come begging the state for money, and it's outrageous. They have the natural resources there to be wealthy and have good paying jobs. And we can do that. We can do that in a sustainable way. when it comes to, and it's not just timberlands, folks, it's not just timberlands. It's with minerals. Did you know Oregon's sitting on one of the largest lithium mineral reserves, I think, in the country, on the border between Oregon and Nevada? We're sitting on this wealth of lithium, and we don't do anything with it. We lock it up, and we go to foreign adversaries to get those precious metals. In some cases, we go to Africa with slave labor, with no environmental controls, and we think we're doing the environment a decent job. It's outrageous. We could get those minerals here with Oregon jobs, with clean environmental regulations that make sense, and pay good salaries to Oregon people. It's outrageous to me. This is the key to wealth and prosperity in Oregon, is unleashing our natural resources. You guys here in Coos Bay know it better than anybody. I'd like to add to that when the Elliott State Forest. I don't want a research forest. I think we already know how they work. I want a forest that works for us, that is beautiful, that doesn't burn, that provides jobs. We can do that with the Elliott, and I can go over and over again on the problems we have. One good thing is what's happening at the federal level. There are some changes at the federal level to dramatically increase the harvesting rates on federal land, which I think is a great move. If we can, I got to do that. If we can get a sustainable level of harvesting that we can predict for 20 years down the road, we will have sawmills back in these areas. We will have timber processing back.
Thank
we need
you,
that
Representative Diehl.
long-term forecast. Thank you.
Commissioner Bethell?
Yeah, thank you. So there's a variety of things that I'm going to do as the governor. One, I'm going to continue to work with the federal administration to make sure that the Oregon Habitat Conservation Plan never takes effect. I'm going to make sure that we work on our own petitioning from our local level with the Natural Resource Forward lens against the Endangered Species Act. I'm going to work with the federal government still, because I'm doing that today, on making sure that we get stewardship agreements in the 17 timber counties that produce timber on BLM and United States Forest Service lands. I'm going to make sure the freaking state works with counties. You know what? County commissioners are the ones doing the active work today to make sure that we can harvest timber in this state. Just 3 weeks ago, I was back in Washington, D.C., working with Curry County, and I bet you Marion County and Curry County be the two fastest counties in this state working the Trump administration to cut trees in our counties before anybody else, because we're very aggressive about working with legal counsel to get that done. There's plans all across other timber states on the Western States Accord that we can mirror action on. Let's talk about agriculture. Marion County is the #1 producing ag county in the state. We have over 2,500 small farms. Let's talk about oppression of an industry. Ag overtime, micromanagement of every single aspect of their property, whether it's how they shelter them or how they pay them or what they transport them in, when they can feed them. These things is a direct overreach just in the humanities space of business. Why do we have the Bureau of Labor and Industries? It's supposed to protect workers. I don't need more legislation coming from the legislature or the governor's office to tell a state agency how to do its job. Either it works or it goes away. We have systems in Oregon in 2 specific counties, in Tillamook and in Deschutes County, that have collaborative partnerships between water, timber, and land industries. I'm going to force partnership. Everybody deserves a seat at the table. But I'll tell you what, I have a lawyer too, and I'll sue back at any environmental action that we see in Oregon that we've not seen in my entire lifetime. Marion County is the only successful county that's ever stood up against state overreach in lawsuits. I also am not afraid to sue people, and I'm definitely not afraid as the governor to sue other entities, especially the Attorney General. Like, wouldn't it be fun to see him in court?
Oh, yeah.
We have a lot of challenges across all these systems, and I'll be honest, fisheries is one of my least areas of expertise. But I can tell you that I know that there's a lot of challenges on our waterways, not just in fresh streams, but also here on your ports. I hear all the time the challenges that you face with industry development because of overregulation and or federal policies. We need a governor that's going to build relationships nationally and internationally to make sure all of our systems thrive. And I very confidently feel that I can walk into office on day one and hold back the tide of challenging policy that's already in place and work towards reform of all of these systems.
Thank you.
You know, the Democrats have been in control of Oregon for 4 decades now, and they're hell-bent on plunging the state, continuing to plunge the state in decline. Oregon should be one of the richest states in the nation, if not the richest. Our natural resources, like Representative Diehl mentioned, the lithium, why aren't we mining? Why aren't we harvesting our forests? I'll tell you why, because the climate change nuts and all the Democrats' friends do everything they can to put red tape in place and to put these protections in place. I mean, if it were up to them, you wouldn't be driving your car anymore. You wouldn't own cows. These people are out of control, and they're stopping Oregon. They're preventing Oregon from a huge revenue opportunity with our natural resources. So what I would do is I would restore responsible timber harvesting. There's a way you do it. It's a regenerative process, and you can do it in a way that won't hurt the species of the trees. That sounds environmentally sound to me, but these guys, they don't want to do it. I would protect and defend water rights for farmers, like in the Klamath Basin. I would get the oppose federal overreach, shutting off irrigation water. I'd promote responsible domestic rare earth mineral extraction, mining. Why aren't we mining? It's because the climate change nuts tells their Democrat friends not to let us mine. We should be mining. It would create jobs, and it would create a new revenue stream for Oregon. So I would completely open up our natural resources. I would get foreign governments, especially CCP's, hands off of our land and get them out of our state. On week one, I would do everything I can to get the CCP and any other foreign nation's hands off of our land. I don't even know why they own land in Oregon to begin with. So,
Thank you. With that, we're going to go into closing statements. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to give a closing. Commissioner Bethell, you will begin.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to all of you for being here tonight and for this community being willing to host this debate. I'm sorry that not all 5 candidates came, because I believe that we all as citizens of Oregon have the right to hear from all 5 candidates. I think it would have been very entertaining. I believe that we need a decisive leader in the governor's office. We need to make sure that that decisive leader understands those systems that they oversee as governor. There's 87 state agencies in Oregon. They're very complicated. Their scope creep is 10 miles wide and 1 inch deep, and we need to reverse that. We need to reduce the size of state government considerably. As governor, I will make sure that we run our systems from the bottom up and not the top down. We have cities and counties and school boards and water boards, and pick a district for a reason, elected by you, their neighbors. They're all individuals that believe in the mission of the space that they got elected to. They should be required to collaborate. They should be thoughtful in their planning, and they should be funded well within the means of Oregonians to deliver on the services and needs that we have. I didn't run for governor a year ago because I woke up one day and said, I want to be the governor of Oregon. I ran for governor after extensive conversation with several people in my environment, asking them first if they were ever going to run, and if I should run if they don't. And I received considerable support from a lot of thoughtful people. But I'll tell you what, I want to be the governor of Oregon because I can see the vision today in my mind's eye as to how to do this job. I know who to collaborate with on day one. I know the policies that are most oppressive at the local level, the ones that are impacting businesses. I own a small business today. I want a decisive executive in the governor's office in 2027 to do the work of Oregonians, and I believe that is me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bethell. Mr. Medina, it's your turn.
well, folks, thank you so much for coming out tonight, and thank you all those that are watching online. I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys stepping up and being involved in the process. I also want to thank a couple of my opponents that decided to show up tonight. Thank you guys so much for showing up. It was a blast, and I have the utmost respect for people who actually show up to talk to you guys, even out here in Coos County. So, guys, it's very simple, very simple. We're in a different time. We're in a different fight today. It's not 2010 anymore. It's not 2015. We're in 2026. And the radical left wing of the Democrat Party are coming after us on every front. And they don't have any signs of slowing down. We cannot put someone in there that is just going to move the needle and keep the corrupt system in place. We need someone that's going to come in and be a disruptor on your behalf, to put you first again, to put your interests, your families, your businesses first again. It's not that hard of a concept. Oregonians first, all Oregonians. This is an Oregonian movement. And so, folks, I've been on the ground in Portland and across Oregon, fighting to be your voice, to give you more of a voice, to give your values, your beliefs more of a voice. I'm going to continue doing that as governor. I'm going to continue fighting for you. I may not be as politically experienced as my opponents, which I highly respect. But political experience, where has that gotten us? We need someone that knows how to fight, that is unapologetic, that knows how to mobilize Oregonians, that knows how to inspire Oregonians. That's what my work has been about over the past few years, and someone that will not be afraid to call on the name of Jesus to bring him back into our state. I'm not ashamed of saying that. I'm not afraid of saying that, because we have to return to our godly values. Maybe it's why Republicans are losing in Oregon. Maybe it's why Oregon went more blue somehow in 2024. We need to return to our godly, constitutional, conservative values. And I'm telling you right now, there are even a lot of Democrats in Portland that say, I'll take those values over what the radical left is offering us right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. Representative Diehl.
Thank you, everybody. It's 9 o'clock and you're still here. You're committed. Yeah, you are. I entered public office because I saw a government that was making bad decisions. And when I got into the building, what I realized is they are not representing the best interests of the Oregon people. And how can that be? Because a lot of Oregonians, like I was for a long time, are not paying attention, And we have a governor today who shows open disdain for the people that she represents. And it was on full display with that transportation tax and fee referendum. She knew it was unpopular. She did it anyway because she appeased the special interests and thought that's all she had to do. That to me is unacceptable. I want to talk about how we take Oregon back. And we take back Oregon by rallying conservative-minded folks in this state to vote. And we can overcome those election issues that we have, and we all know we have them, but we can overcome them because at least 250,000 conservative-minded folks are not voting. They come out and vote, we take our state back. She was not expecting what we did with the referendum. We have given hope to a lot of people. Everybody here has given hope to a lot of Oregonians for the first time that they have a voice. They have a voice. Over 40 years, we have been losing. For 40 years, Oregonians, when it comes to selecting who their Republican primary or the Republican candidate is going to be, is primarily left that to the political class and the power players. They have given us a loser for 40 years. It is time for the Oregon people, for conservatives, to vote in the primary and elect the people's candidate for Republican governor. I believe I'm that candidate. I can take on Kotek head to head. Thank you.
Can I just get one more round of applause for all of our candidates this evening? Well done, everybody. Thank you for being here tonight. And thank you to the Friends of the Coos County Republicans for being here. And if I can leave you with one message, it's to show up and vote in this May primary. Show up and vote in the general. And while you're at it, get a new person that is not registered to vote to register to vote. We all have to work together this year to take back our state. Thank you.
I want to thank all the candidates that are running for governor, and I'm sorry the other two didn't show up that should have been here. But the moderator did an awesome job. Taren Feist did an awesome job, and we want to acknowledge her. Thank you so much. And we want to thank everyone with the Coos County, the Friends of the Coos County Republicans that put this on. We keep trying to support Republicans in our community, so please come out to our events. Thank you.
All right, yeah.